see the pen. And the government side are H's and J's. Different parts.
Honourable Members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements? I call the member for Bradfield.
Deputy Speaker, my electorate office in Bradfield has been inundated with emails about Gaza, and those emails are coming in on a daily basis from people of all ages and backgrounds imploring me to speak out and to urge the government to do more to end the crisis. I've selected the following constituent email received on September 26, as it imbues, in my opinion, the sentiment of so many constituent emails received, and I'm reading parts of it out now. Dear Ms Muller, the intent of my letter is to express my grief and dismay at the atrocities unfolding in Gaza. I am a Jew living in your electorate, and since the 2nd of March 2025, Israel has blocked humanitarian aid into Gaza, with only a trickle entering in the past few days. Every major UN body and humanitarian agency has confirmed what is now undeniable: this is a man-made famine engineered as a weapon of war. Senior Israeli officials have made clear that this is a deliberate policy. Children are dying of hunger. The devastation is not incidental, it is intentional. As Jews, many, including myself, descendants of Holocaust survivors, we know what it means when the world looks away. We cannot be silent while these crimes are carried out in our name. The Australian government should be outwardly committed to human dignity, justice, and the preservation of life. Australia doesn't need to be a major player to show moral leadership. The longer we fail to act, the more damage is done here at home. Each day of silence deepens the sense of betrayal among communities who see this government, rightly or wrongly, as indifferent to mass starvation and war crimes. Jewish, Muslim, Christian and multicultural Australians alike watching the government's response. The trust that we have all worked so hard to build is at risk. Internationally, Australia's credibility is on the line, and if we're serious about upholding a rules-based international order, we cannot rely only on words to express our condemnation of war crimes in Gaza. I ask you to call for immediate action by the Australian government, and if we stand together, there can be strength in numbers. If we do nothing, who will support these people? Please work with the Albanese government to ensure that Australia's commitment to human rights, justice and equality is reflected in our country's domestic and international policies and actions. That is the end of the statement, and this is what I've committed to do.
I call the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently welcomed my good friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, out to Deakin to check out the progress of some of the great projects happening in Croydon. Back in 2022, he joined me to announce support for a new cultural hub in Croydon. And it was fantastic to return, this time as the member for Deakin, to see this project coming together. This will be a fantastic space for our growing community to enjoy, with a new performance and event space, meeting spaces, a library and more. It forms part of the Croydon Community Wellbeing Precinct, which is really coming together and at pace. A new multi-purpose hub will also form part of the precinct, delivering great new spaces for sports clubs and other community organisations. Supported with $7.5 million from the Albanese Labor government and another $7.5 million from Maroondah City Council, the Croydon Community Wellbeing Precinct is part of the work being done to reshape and improve Croydon. This is an exciting time for our community. We're a great place to live and work, and as more people choose to call Melbourne's East home, the Albanese government is investing in the infrastructure and the services we need. This includes revitalising Croydon Main Street as well. Earlier this year, I was proud to welcome the Minister for Infrastructure to Deakin to announce $7.5 million to replace the old paving, and anyone who's tried to use that with a wheelchair and walking frame knows that that is quite a dangerous space at the moment. Upgrade the lighting and CCTV, and even add some extra street furniture and public art. This will create a safe, thriving Main Street that's better for traders, shoppers, residents and visitors. We're also upgrading local schools, and anyone driving through Croydon, particularly near the main shopping centre, would have seen construction work being done at the new gym at Croydon Primary School. I recently welcomed the Minister for Education to check out how this $6.8 million project was going. This is going to be a brand new space not only for the students at that school, but also the diverse community of young people with a number of activities planned for that fantastic new space. So whether it's creating new community hubs, revitalising Main Street, or investing in local schools, the Albanese government is backing our community. I think most of the people in Deakin would agree that Croydon has been overlooked for some time. It's a mid-20th century vibe. The resources, while once fit for purpose, have started to fall apart. It's got old, it's aged. So it is high time that this community finally get the investment that it deserves, and these transformational projects are already making a real difference to the feel and livability of our area, and it just keeps getting better and better. So my thanks to the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister for Infrastructure, and the Minister for Education for coming out to Deakin. You are welcome back anytime.
I call the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, every year for the last 5 years, Raise Our Voice Australia has asked parliamentarians to amplify the voices of the young people from their electorate by reading speeches submitted by constituents aged 25 or under. This year, young people were asked to submit a speech answering the question, what steps should the government take today to build a better tomorrow for young Australians? So, to that end, I'm delighted to read a speech submitted by Cody, a 17-year-old from my electorate of Clark. And I quote, I'm 17 years old, Aboriginal and living in Tasmania. I dream of becoming a lawyer to stand up for justice, to give back to my community and to help shape a fairer Australia. But right now, I work 3 jobs just to keep up with the cost of living. That's not ambition, it's survival. If the government truly wants to build a better tomorrow for young Australians, it must act today with urgency and compassion. We need cost of living relief that reaches those of us who are working hard but still falling behind. That means affordable housing, fair wages for young workers and access to education without a crippling HECS debt. We also need investment in mental health services, especially for young people juggling work, study and family responsibilities. And for Aboriginal youth like me, culturally safe support systems and pathways into leadership roles are essential, not optional. A better future isn't built by speeches or slogans. It's built by listening to young voices and the future generation. We're not just the leaders of tomorrow, we are the workers, the carers, the change makers of today. So there you have it, Deputy Speaker. I thank Cody for his hard work on this speech, which is on an issue important to a great many young people across the country. And I thank him for his reminder to all of us in this building to focus not on speeches and slogans, but on listening to young people and acting with urgency and compassion to provide the services and supports that they tell us are critical for their future. And I would add, Deputy Speaker, that at the end of the day, no one alive actually has a bigger investment in planet Earth and humanity than our youngest people. Heavens to Betsy, Deputy Speaker. For us in this place, our race is half run, and the worst effects of climate change are quite possibly a bit beyond us. Moreover, we're likely to enjoy from here an affluence many younger Australians can only dream of. No couch surfing for us. So we must listen to the youth, hear their concerns and lay the solid foundation stones for a future, not just the present. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs, Multicultural Affairs and International Education.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to issue a trigger warning, a content warning, because what I'm about to say may be hard for some to hear. People from Sydney, in particular, may be very upset. Greater South East Melbourne has overtaken Western Sydney as the nation's leading industrial engine room. Greater South East Melbourne is officially now the heart of Australian manufacturing. Now, a bravery award for my friend, the Minister for Industry and Science, Senator Tim Ayres, who's a senator from New South Wales, for attending and speaking at the launch of a report by Deloitte Access Economics entitled GSEM Australia's Manufacturing Powerhouse. It wasn't written by AI, it wasn't one of those Deloitte reports. It revealed that South East Melbourne supports more manufacturing jobs and businesses now per capita than any other part of Australia. 3,801 manufacturing businesses, 75,046 Australians employed in these businesses. The former Minister for Industry and Science from Western Sydney is here. That's good of you. You're staying. More manufacturing jobs in South East Melbourne than each of G21, Melbourne's West, Western Sydney, Brisbane South, Perth South, or the entire state of South Australia. A future made in Australia is happening in South East Melbourne. Now, the contrast couldn't be clearer, Deputy Speaker. The government is backing Australian manufacturing with the Future Made in Australia agenda, the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, a renewable energy superpower we shall be, $400 million for the Industry Growth Program, $500 million, I said renewables, I know it triggers them, $500 million for the Battery Breakthrough Initiative. We are rebuilding the industrial base of this country. That is a generational effort. Good, well-paid, secure jobs. Australians rightly at times accuse governments of thinking too short-term. Well, rebuilding the industrial base of our country is the right thing to do, given our strategic circumstances, given the opportunities we have to reshore manufacturing with renewable energy, and also the strategic circumstances we face. But the opposition, at every chance, they vote against and they oppose action on manufacturing. They oppose the NRF. They oppose the cheapest form of new power. They chased the car industry out of Australia. They're a divided rabble who literally hate each other. Now, Senator Price yesterday on radio described the opposition, her own party that she joined 5 minutes ago, as a clown show. I mean, people could rightly, understandably, think that's a bit unkind to clowns. But the weirdest contribution has to be from the member for Canning. He quit his job last week, such a team player that one, too scared to run for leader, but he quit, for his car videos. He's making car fetish videos. That's his agenda for manufacturing. Literally parroting Labor's policies, let's make things again. Well, we agree. But he votes against action on manufacturing in every opportunity. There's a big say-do gap between the opposition.
The Assistant Minister's time has expired. I call the member for Grey.
When the government changed, Australia already had the most expensive cigarettes in the world.
Order.
But that didn't stop Labor's so-called fiscally responsible treasurer from doubling down on increasing the tobacco excise, hitting the roughly 10% of Australians who smoke and are not stopping. As I said at the time, all this will do is create a booming black market, and that's exactly what has happened. We now see crime and fire bombings every week, and a complete lack of enforcement from both state and federal governments, forcing councils to step into the job they shouldn't have to. Enforcement agencies playing a game of whack-a-mole. And Speaker, as I and others predicted, the government now collects less tobacco excise than it did before this ill-conceived increase. Meanwhile, criminal gangs are thriving, and wastewater data shows that smoking rates are increasing. So let's be clear. Crime is up, smoking is up, and government coffers are down. This is an absolute policy failure, another shameful, ill-conceived Labor decision that punishes Australians and achieves nothing. Speaker, last week I spent 3 spectacular days at the 2025 Yorke Peninsula Field Days. This event delivered a powerful reminder to me of the importance of farming in this country. The Yorke Peninsula Field Days is Australia's oldest field days, established way back in 1894. Held in Pastoralists in my electorate of Grey, here I witnessed the incredible energy, innovation and spirit of our farming communities, who despite rising costs, drought conditions and increased challenges posed by government red tape, continue to push on and stand by the industry that they love. The sheer scale of what was on display, from the cutting-edge machinery and technology that will drive the next generation of farming to the vibrant local produce and fashion, that was truly inspiring. But the success of the field days is not just about the tractors and the technology. It's about the people. I want to pay tribute to the dedicated team behind this enormous undertaking. Jessime Correll, Scott Mercer, Brenton Druitt, John Hayes, Luke Graham, Michael Ellis, Martin Kenny, Chris Spreetag, Paul Correll, Tim Millard, Peter Anderson, Dulcie Barker, Rachel Isles, Rosalie Pearce, Wick Damon, Jeff Lambshed and President Greg Stevens. Your commitment is the engine room of this event, and I'm already looking forward to 2027. Speaker, in early September, the state inquiry into the catastrophic algorithm finally went to the heart of the crisis in my electorate, visiting Arson and Port Lincoln. It was vital that the inquiry heard the heartbreaking stories of those affected. Arson was one of the first towns hit, and it is still struggling. Long after the crisis is over, and it is not over, this town will hurt. Oyster farms have been closed for over 150 days, local businesses have been crippled, and that'll do, Speaker.
I call the member for Ford.
Deputy Speaker, good morning. Today is National Headspace Day, which gives us an opportunity to reflect on mental health in Australia, and something that I very much want to focus on during this term of government is particularly men's mental health. It's something that we don't like to talk about, suicide in Australia, but a figure is staggering, 9 suicides a day on average. Even more staggering is 145 attempts. We don't like to talk about this because perhaps, we think that we don't want to encourage it, but really all it does is it just drives it underground, so we need to shine a light on this. Of those numbers, something like 75% are men. So when we talk about men's mental health, we're not taking anything away from a focus on women's health, but it is very often women in the community who raise with me men's mental health. I don't want to turn this into a melancholic reflection on what is bad about mental illness and all of the problems that are out there, and so I want to concentrate on some of the solutions that we have at the moment. I was very lucky in Ford the other day to receive a visit from Dan Repicoli, who is the Special Envoy for Men's Health, the first time a position like that has ever been created at a federal level. We were able to visit the Beanley Men's Shed, the PICAC, which is the plumbing training centre with collaboration between the plumbers and the master builders. We visited the Beanley Men's Shed, where we met with the Pimpamar Men's Shed and the Park Ridge Men's Shed. We visited the men's table out at Kings in Tudor Park, and we visited Keystone Builders, who are working with Mates in Construction to introduce their very successful programs. It was really an opportunity to see what is being done both at a government level but also at a community level. At the government level, we're investing something like $1.9 million to expand the headspace services in Ford. We're setting up a Medicare mental health clinic in Ford, which is going to service the northern Gold Coast, and that's on top of the one that was set up in Logan last year. And this is part of a $1.1 billion spend that the Albanese government is putting in to improve mental health services in Australia. But more than that, it is not just the things that we can do to directly address mental health, but to address those stresses. One of the biggest stresses has got to be a lack of housing, and that has been a complete failure over the last 30 years. That's why the Albanese government's program to build more homes, to make it easier for renters, to make it easier for people to get into a home is so important. All of these things will work together and address the scourge of men's mental health.
I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And last Friday, I was honoured to attend the Australasian launch of the United Nations designated International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists 2026 at the Perth Royal Show. I take this opportunity to thank IYRP 2026 Chair Debbie Dowden of Chalice Station for hosting this event and for her long-term advocacy of the people and the projects of the WA Rangelands, which lie in my electorate of O'Connor and the neighbouring electorate of Durack. Over 80% of West Australia is comprised of rangelands, which is more than the Australian average of 75%. The rangelands are vast open spaces made up of ancient landscapes, unique and complex ecosystems and productive agricultural land. They host much of West Australia's mineral wealth, and the pastoral country provides food and fibre not only for Australians but also for our international trading partners. The rangeland supports thousands of Western Australians, pastoralists, Indigenous land managers, mining companies and residents of regional and remote towns, providing their livelihoods and their culture. The pastoralists of the rangelands are a resilient lot, raising livestock that graze alongside native wildlife, competing with feral herbivores like wild camels and goats, and under the threat of predation by introduced carnivores. Businesses like Chalice Station are multi-generational operations whose sustainable agricultural
Excuse me,
practice...
honourable member. There has been a division called in the House and proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division.
Seriously.
Resumption of constituent statements. I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And businesses like Challa Station are multi-generational operations whose sustainable agricultural practices have seen their enterprise survive the climate challenges of floods and droughts, riding out economic boom and bust cycles, and government-supported interventions from positives like invasive species control, Indigenous ranger and traditional land management programs, to negative government interference in vital markets such as live cattle and sheep exports. I take this opportunity to mention Rawlinna Station, which spans 1 million hectares and runs over 30,000 sheep in some of the most hostile environmental conditions on the Nullarbor Plain. Thanks to 400 kilometres of wild dog fencing and feral animal control measures, Rawlinna is the only station in my electorate of O'Connor that can still sustain a large sheep enterprise, and there are plans to double their flock size to 60,000 into the foreseeable future. Rawlinna Station is another great example of a rangeland enterprise that is not only surviving, but thriving. Deputy Speaker, I believe the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists is an opportunity to recognise the value of our rangelands and the hard-working people who manage these unique environments. People whose specialised knowledge and downright resilience has seen them not only survive, but thrive where many would have walked away or perished. I encourage the coastal dwellers of Australia to take the opportunity this International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists presents to visit and learn about Australia's amazing interior and the important role it plays in our national identity, productivity and prosperity. I hope 2026 will be the year that puts the rangelands and pastoralists well and truly on the map.
I call the member for Chifley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a truism that a cornerstone of opportunity is a roof over your head. You can do so much more with your life, knowing that you've got the security of accommodation. It means that you've got a platform for employment, for better health, education. It is why in my part of Western Sydney I'm pushing so hard for more social and affordable housing. We estimate that we need at least 5,000 homes like that, and there also needs to be an emphasis on creating more accommodation, crisis and transitional accommodation to help people fleeing domestic violence. There's never been a better time to be able to build more social and affordable homes, given the amount of resources that has been dedicated by the Albanese government, teaming up with state governments, particularly in New South Wales, to be able to build these homes. This has been the reason why I held, for example, the Chifley Housing Forum just the other week that was kicked off by New South Wales Housing Minister Rose Jackson, bringing members of the community together to start charting through the type of things that we can do to build more homes in our area. I've also had terrific conversations with Federal Housing Minister Claire O'Neill, who will be visiting Chifley and where we'll be convening roundtables again to plan and chart the course on how to build more social and affordable housing in our area. It is really important that we get on top of that. Infrastructure is also another important thing in our area. Last year we announced the Albanese and Minns governments would dedicate over $520 million to help build Richmond Road, to be able to expand it and also address bottlenecks in that part of northwest Sydney. We are now, though, not just seeing the availability of money, but we're seeing a proliferation of consultation. Transport for New South Wales seems to be focused more on consulting and putting flyers in people's letterboxes than building and starting the process of widening that road. They don't need to do more consultation. Here's what residents want. They want the additional lanes built, they want the flyovers built, they want the congestion to end. There, I've given them free advice that doesn't require any consultancy fees. They just need to get on with the job, and I know every MP in our area wants to see that as part of a $1 billion roads plan for that part of Western Sydney. The other thing that needs to happen is we need to extend the metro. The metro stops bizarrely at Tallawong and should extend to St Mary's. It is the missing link. It is the missing link that sits at the foot of some of the fastest growing areas of Western Sydney, where housing estates are sprawling. The federal government and the New South Wales government need to work to fix the missing link and improve public transport in our part of Western Sydney.
I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. On the 19th of September this year, I hosted Fisher's 8th Annual Community Awards. It has become one of the Sunshine Coast's most anticipated events. For the first time, we celebrated with a gala dinner, and we had over 300 locals attending. And incidentally, we had over 300 nominations for the various awards, which I'll go through. We had 11 categories, and that number has been growing ever since. Now, Fisher is home to some of the most generous and resilient community-minded people in the country. I'm sure some of my colleagues might dispute that, but on the night, the following were awarded for or recognised for their great feats. For Educator of the Year, Darren Freeman from Kairos Community College, he won. The winner of the Education Provider of the Year was the Australian Air Force Cadets 223 Squadron. Young Achiever of the Year was won by Maya Tierink. Employee of the Year was won by Daniel Giles from DV SafePhone. Environmental Leader of the Year was won by Jodie Salmon from Reef Australia. The Sports Club of the Year was won by Caloundra Panthers Australian Rules Football Club. Go Lions! Senior Community Club of the Year was won by Glasshouse Country Men's Shed. Senior of the Year was won by Ian Warburton. Sportsperson of the Year was won by Greg Toman from the Mooloolaba Surf Club. Business of the Year was won by 4 Ingredients, and well done to Kim McCosker, who's an outstanding advocate for the Sunshine Coast. And the final award was the Andrew Wallace Award, was won by Coast Guard Caloundra QF4 for all the amazing work that they have been doing, particularly since the Bribie breakthrough. Some people would be aware that as a result of the cyclone in February, Cyclone Alfred, the Bribie Island broke through and endangered not just the Caloundra community but also the Golden Beach area, and really has substantially changed our waterways. So well done to them. Mr Deputy Speaker, every finalist and nominee represented a story of dedication and service, whether it was Warby's 2,000 hours on patrol at Mooloolaba Beach, Mayor's leadership in STEM outreach, or Coast Guard Caloundra's work, as I've said. These are people who are making our region stronger. They are the salt of the earth Australians who very rarely get recognised, and this is my way of saying thank you to them. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to thank our sponsors, community judges, the Caloundra RSL, our MC Annabelle, AB Brett from Mix FM, my hard-working staff for making all the evening possible. And to cap things off, we had Chris Cobb from The Voice as our entertainment, and I'm really sorry to see that Chris didn't go all the way through. I think he was robbed, but there you go. Most of all, I want to thank the people of Fisher who took the time to nominate their neighbours, teachers, coaches and local businesses. The Fisher Awards remind us that our community is more than just a place to live, it is a place to belong. It's my privilege to be their federal member as I can continue to fight for the people of Fisher, and I once again want to thank the outstanding work of my staff in pulling it all together.
I call the member for Brisbane.
In Queensland, we love our sport, and this year is going to go down in history as one of the greatest years for Queensland. It started off in May with the Mighty Maroons taking out the State of Origin series. We then had Geelong playing Brisbane, and the Lions took out the AFL Premiership. It was a nail-biting first half, I have to admit, but the boys hung on strong. And then, how can we forget last weekend, the double header in the Rugby League blockbuster. The Brisbane Broncos women did it first, taking out, well, fighting off a pretty hard-fought Roosters to bring home the NRLW Premiership after 5 years. And then the Broncos men showed they too wanted to raise the trophy, and they clawed back from a 22-12 deficit to win the game. But I talk about this because sport is more than a game itself. It's about creating and building community. And the Brisbane Broncos and the Brisbane Lions do incredible work, community work off the field. Recently, I attended an event here in Parliament House which showcased the Beyond the Broncos program, And this program focuses on improving attendance for Year 12 and Year 12 attainment rates for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students. We were joined there by CEO Dave Donaghy, legend Bronco Alfie Langer, Student Support Officer Chanel Turner and other contemporary greats. But more importantly, we were joined by participants from the Future Voices and Beyond Broncos Leadership Program, and I'll call out Abby and Leighton. Abby and Leighton had participated in the Beyond Broncos mentoring program since early high school, and Abby shared her story. As a new high schooler, she was quiet, she didn't know a purpose, she had no friends, she didn't know what she wanted to be. Well, she was not that person some 3 years later here in Canberra. She spoke to us with confidence and eloquence and spoke of her future career. If we didn't know her background, we would be none the wiser. Leighton did a stellar job emceeing. He took control, he led with passion, although he admitted to being a little bit nervous. But we all know that it takes a community to raise a child, and that's what happens under the Broncos program. Everybody, players, past and present, and the community get behind these young people. We also recently, though, witnessed Brisbane Lions co-captain Harris Andrews being recognised for his community work. He received the 2025 Jim Steins Community Leadership Award at the 2025 Brownlow Medal. Now, Andrews is an advocate for creating safer and more respectful communities and has been commended for his focus on empowering young people, particularly boys, to develop emotional intelligence and to reject violence. Since 2018, Andrews has been an active ambassador for Beyond DV, engaging directly with vulnerable youth and volunteering at events to support those impacted by domestic and family violence. Our local sports team have a presence, leadership and reach, and they can change people's lives. It's important that they continue leading on and off the field because it's about making a difference, one person at a time.
I would just like to remind members to keep your conversations to a reasonable level, please. I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I was in Kerrang, a small town in my electorate in northwest Victoria, meeting with representatives of the Kerrang Neighbourhood House. I was there to recognise their successful application for the Australia Post Community Grant, $10,000 to deliver their Healing Through Art program. The program supports women in Kerrang and surrounding rural communities through guided art therapy workshops. The program will create a space for creative expression, emotional health and peer connection, fostering mental health well-being and empowering participants with tools for self-care and community support. In addition to Kerrang Neighbourhood House offering mental health programs to support wellbeing and social connection, they also run a food and emergency relief service, which is proving to be a lifeline for those in need in the local community. And I've got to say, walking in there and seeing this vast array of groceries available to help that small community is really amazing. A little over a year ago, they were providing assistance to around 160 people per month. This has risen dramatically to 1,000 people a month. 160 people to 1,000 people every month. It is incredible. An additional 840 people. If that is further alarming evidence of how tough people are doing it under the Albanese Labor government's cost of living crisis, I don't know what is. If it were not for grassroots organisations like Kerrang Neighbourhood House, many would not know where to turn. I thank the team for their hard work, dedication and innovation. Kerrang Neighbourhood House recently won a $25,000 grant from the Foundation for Regional and Rural Renewal to purchase a food and emergency relief van. Why? Because they need to actually take groceries out to their local communities. It's not a train ride away, it's not a bus ride away. People are isolated and they need help. And the Kerrang Neighbourhood House has done an astounding job in thinking outside the box and applying for grants, small grants, where they can achieve that means. The Department of Social Services recently stripped funding that sustained two other local grassroots organisations with impeccable service delivery for decades, the Horsham Christian Emergency Food Centre and the Stawell Interchurch Council. Like the Kerrang Neighbourhood House, they rely on funds coming in. And this afternoon, I will be challenging the current Minister for Social Services, Tanya Plibersek, about these cost cuttings for these service deliveries, because our local communities absolutely rely on this funding.
I call the member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The electorate of Aston is one of the most culturally diverse electorates in the country, and this is something of which I'm truly proud. Last weekend, I had the privilege of attending two great multicultural events that demonstrated what deep connections to culture many of my constituents share. On Saturday night, I went along to the launch of the 7th National Multicultural Mental Health Month. This event was hosted by Mental Health Foundation Australia in collaboration with multicultural communities from across the country, and I wish to acknowledge all parties involved for running such a fantastic event. Mental Health Foundation Australia is Australia's oldest community-based mental health organisation, established in 1930. The National Multicultural Mental Health Month 2025 is about creating safe, respectful spaces where people feel heard, valued and supported. On the night, I presented awards that acknowledged the outstanding achievements and contributions of individuals, organisations and groups who have been recognised as the winners of the 2025 Mental Health Awards. I would like to thank and acknowledge Professor Melissa Green and Vasan Srinivasan for their leadership and outstanding work at the Mental Health Foundation of Australia. Additional thanks go to Jianming Chen and the Australian National Institute for Business and Technology for 4 years of dinner sponsorship and the Australian Indian Community Centre for hosting the event. Following on from this incredible event, on Sunday I attended the Chinese Association of Victoria, or CAV, in Wantirna with my good friend, the Minister for Multicultural Affairs, Small Business and International Development, the Honourable Anne Alley, to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival has become an integral part of the Australian calendar in our community. Deputy Speaker, this event had it all: lantern decorating, kids' craft stations, cultural performances, community games, mooncake trivia, lucky draw and later on in the evening, a lantern parade. Personally, however, my favourite thing about the event was the delicious food that was made on site by incredible volunteers and members of the CAV community. To see so many smiling faces sharing and celebrating Chinese culture brought me so much joy and happiness, as did the noodles. I additionally felt immense pride meeting the young people in attendance. The young people hold the future of this wonderful association in their hands, and I have no doubt that CAV will continue to grow even bigger and touch the hearts of even more people in my electorate and the wider Melbourne community. I would especially like to thank the President of the Chinese Association of Victoria, Shirley Tay, First VP Christina Chia, Second VP Deborah Chan and Third VP Shirley Thong for their hospitality and leadership of this incredible event. Additionally, a special mention to Jordan Liang for being a great help to me on the day. Deputy Speaker, Aston is truly at the heart of multicultural Australia, and for as long as I am its local member, I will continue to do everything I can to foster and encourage the celebration of cultural
I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to share a story of an extraordinary lady from my electorate, Anne Barry. Anne was born in 1943 in South Wales in the United Kingdom. In 1964, at just 21 years of age, she boarded the SS Iberia with nothing more than a chest of belongings and a determination to build a new life. It was a month-long voyage across the seas to a country she had never seen, but one she believed in deeply. A land of opportunity, fairness and freedom. When Anne arrived, she had no family, no safety net and no guarantees. But what she did have was grit, courage and the willingness to contribute. Within a week she had found work. Years later, she and her late husband, a proud World War II veteran, made Mackay their home. Together they built a life of service, hard work and community. Deputy Speaker, this year, at the age of 82, Anne Barry finally became an Australian citizen, and it was far from easy. For 18 months she battled paperwork and bureaucracy, tracking down her original voyage on the SS Iberia, retrieving records from the National Archives, and proving six decades of contribution to her community and to this country. It took patience, perseverance and a lifetime of proof, the very qualities that define the best of our citizens. And when Anne finally took her citizenship oath, She didn't see it as a formality. She saw it as a fulfilment of a dream. For Anne, citizenship was not just a piece of paper. It was a promise kept, something that she'd earned, something to be cherished. Deputy Speaker, this is what Australian citizenship should mean. It should be valued by those who seek it and respected by those who hold it. Yes, Deputy Speaker, somewhere along the way, we've lost sight of this fairness and lost sight of what Australia should look like. We should never see genuine contributors waiting years while others navigate a much easier path. It undermines the integrity of our system. We need an immigration process that rewards contribution, not convenience, that protects opportunity for those who have earned it. And Anne's story reminds us that true belonging is not granted by chance. It is earned by character, effort and heart. So, to those like Anne who have earned their place in this national story through contribution and commitment, we all say thank you. Your story makes our story stronger, because being Australian is not just where you live, it's how you live and it's what you give.
I call the Assistant Minister for Social Services, Prevention of Family Violence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, I'd like to tell you about two lovely young people from my electorate, Sam and Thomas. Sam is an incredibly hard-working young woman who moved from regional New South Wales to Melbourne to go to university. She worked in hospitality and retail, did every shift she could. She studied hard, and today she works full-time in event planning. Every paycheck she puts money aside, saving, sacrificing, doing everything right. Thomas did the same. He's been saving since he was 18. He worked as a lollipop man and then studied to be a lawyer, a degree that took some time for him to complete. He's still saving and still dreaming. But after all that hard work, both are still renting. And that is not the Australia that I grew up in. The dream was that it wouldn't matter whatever your job was, if you worked hard, you could one day own a home. And when I was a nurse in my mid-20s with 2 kids, I bought my first home in Thornbury. I can't imagine anyone in the same position believing that's possible today. If you walk through Reservoir, Preston or Northcote on any weekend, you'll see long lines of people fighting for a rental. In fact, 40% of people in my electorate of Cooper are renters, many of them paying more than 30% of their wages on rent. That is why the Albanese Labor government is rebuilding the whole housing system. We're building 55,000 social and affordable homes, delivering 80,000 rentals with long-term leases, investing in crisis and transitional accommodation for those fleeing family and domestic violence, increasing Commonwealth rent assistance by almost 50%, working with state and territory governments to overhaul rental rights, and investing $10 billion through the Housing Australia Future Fund, the biggest investment in social and affordable housing in more than a decade. And for those trying to buy their first home, we've launched the 5% deposits program for all first home buyers, and single parents will only need a deposit of 2%. Because home ownership shouldn't be reserved for those with intergenerational wealth. Already more than 800 people in my electorate of Cooper have bought their first home through this program. 800 dreams realised and many more to come. A home isn't just bricks and mortar, it's security, it's a foundation to build a life and to plan, to save and to raise a family and to retire with dignity. Right now, too many older women, particularly single women, are retiring into poverty or homelessness, and that should never be. We're not pretending we'll change everything overnight, but we're laying the foundations for lasting change. For new homeowners, for renters, for those needing housing support. Because the alternative, the Coalition's record, was nothing short of a disaster. After nearly a decade in power, they built just 373 homes. They never saw housing as a human need, and we do. Mr. Speaker, every Australian deserves a safe, affordable place to call home, including hard-working young people like Sam and Thomas. Thank you.
I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Small business is the heart of my community and every community across the country. And under Labor, we've seen a massive expansion in regulation that is drowning small business. They've added more than 5,000 new regulations in their first term, including 153 in employment and workplace relations. These regulations cost our economy and small business billions in compliance expenses. I've spoken to many small businesses in my community, and they just want the government to get off their back and let them do what they do best: employ locals, make quality products and support their communities. Labor's approach to industrial relations assumes that every corner store, side hustle and start-up has a human resources, legal and finance department to interpret their lengthy and complex industrial relations laws. Now, the reality is they don't. And we've seen over 100 companies in Casey enter insolvency or administration in the last year under this government. That includes 51 in the construction industry and 17 in accommodation and food industry. At no point has Labor seemed interested in bringing small business into the conversation, yet they are the ones that are suffering the most. I've recently had the opportunity to visit 2 manufacturing businesses, one in Lilydale, AR&B four-wheel drive, which is in Kilsyth, and then Hypersurface Chemicals in Lilydale. ARB is an Australian manufacturer in my community that manufactures four-wheel drive parts and accessories, employs locals and contributes to our local economy. They are the biggest manufacturer of four-wheel drive accessories in the country and a large employer in my community, because manufacturing is a critical industry for my community of Casey. And it was fantastic to see these accessories being built by a team of locals. And that's why I'll always champion Australian innovation and support for small business. And Cliff and the team at Hypersurface Chemicals have been working on exciting new paint products that have revolutionised the industry by being high-performing and eco-conscious. Now, both of these visits were a reminder of the strong manufacturing industry that we have in Casey, with many businesses doing amazing things for our local industrial estates. And that's why I'll always be a voice in this place for small business. As a nation, we must get the settings right to enable small businesses to grow and scale and invest in the cutting-edge technologies that enable them to innovate. When the individual is strong, the family is strong, the community is strong, and the nation is strong. And small business is at the heart of the individual and the family.
I call the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just because school students can't vote yet doesn't mean they shouldn't have a voice in our national conversation. Engaging with young people shouldn't be an afterthought, and that's why for the last 8 years I've hosted the Burt Young Leaders Forum. At the forum, high school students from across my community are invited to present speeches on the issues important to them and then discuss what action should be taken to resolve them. The issues that they raise impact all of society, like housing affordability, climate change, cost of living and mental health. In the same vein, Raise Our Voice Australia gives young people a chance to have their voices heard in the Australian Parliament. This year asking the question, what steps should the government take today to build a better tomorrow for young Australians? So today, I'm reading a speech on climate change from Ian, who lives in the electorate of Burt. The climate crisis is a looming challenge that we cannot continue to procrastinate. As a young person, I feel the responsibility of restoring our earth. I also feel a sense of helplessness. I am unsure of what I can do and if what I can do will really matter. I can sort my recycling and turn off the lights. I can protest and write emails to politicians. But what does that actually achieve when our houses all run on fossil fuels and public transport is so inconvenient that driving is near inescapable? It is impossible for us to do what is right when harming the environment is so deeply embedded in our lives, when every step we take is, without exaggeration, a stab in the heart of our dying planet. Individuals cannot fix this. We need collective legislated action. First, we must make our energy sources renewable. Renewable energy powers more renewable infrastructure, gradually taking us to sustainable production. We need to start taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere by integrating greenery into our cities, We need to phase out burning, mining and exporting of fossil fuels. To prepare, we must start investing in and training people for new industries. Together, we need to take a loss and flip these feedback loops from negative to positive. The way our country operates today cannot continue. We must adapt, respect and cooperate with nature. Progress is already being made, but it isn't enough. I urge the government to take a real step towards sustainability, towards a better tomorrow for not just young Australians, but for all Australians now. Thank you, EGen, for your contribution to the Australian Parliament. I was proud to be able to read your speech here today.
Thanks. I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, so begins summer, so begins the sailing season. And I want to start by congratulating the Hampton Sailing Club on their 80th birthday, which is going to be celebrated this Saturday. I'm looking forward to coming along. It started, of course, in 1945. Hampton Sailing Club was formerly the Victorian Ladies Yacht Club, which was formed in 1945, and a group of young women involved in the Rangers Girl Guide movement secured the use of an old shed on the sandy foreshore. They're lucky to be able to include some of the VLYC members in their celebration this Saturday. The women assembled a fleet of sabots for sailing training purposes, and the new club prospered. As the membership grew, so did the number and classes of boats they were sailing. Eventually, the club moved to new premises at its current location to the west of the Hampton Pier in the 1960s. Of course, with the introduction of equal opportunity legislation in the great state of Victoria in the early 1980s, men were also allowed to join the club, and of course the demographic of the club progressively changed. A few years later, it changed its name to the Hampton Sailing Club. However, the purpose and spirit of the organisation remains the same: an active and accessible venue for Bayside and the wider community to enjoy the off-beach recreational watercraft activities. Of course, the opening of the sailing season is a big event in the Goldstein community, and I want to particularly congratulate already those clubs that have had the opening of their sailing season. The Sandringham Yacht Club, and in particular its Commodore Mark Welsh, congratulations on the start of your sailing season. I hear it was a spirited and always lively and somewhat less sober start to the season, and of course to Royal Brighton Yacht Club and to Peter Demura, and of course all of the committee members and executive members at the Royal Brighton Yacht Club as well. There are clubs yet to have the start of their opening of their season, including the Beaumaris Motor Yacht Squadron, and to John Giolano and all of the committee members at the Beaumaris Motor Yacht Squadron, I hope you have a wonderful sail past as the start of the sailing season. And of course always to one of my favourite yacht clubs, the Black Rock Yacht Club, and particularly to their Commodore Randall Garnham. Congratulations on the season yet to come. It's always a beautiful setting. If you ever want a wonderful location in the community, down there, if you want to reminisce some of your favourite moments from Kath and Kim episodes as well, it touches a few of those points too. There are, of course, many other sailing clubs across the community in Port Phillip, including Beaumaris Yacht Club, and I want to say to the head, Bruce Fraser, and to its committee members, good luck for your sailing season. But one of the most important things, Deputy Speaker, for all the clubs as we start the sailing season is remember to stay safe and respect the water. Because while Port Phillip is not necessarily a surf beach, like some people might experience off the coast of their electorates, it does not change the fact that water can be dangerous. Be safe, make sure you tell other people that you're going to be in the water, and play safe.
I call the member for Adelaide.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, over generations, Australians have trusted calling 000 when in times of emergency to connect with police, fire, ambulance and other emergency services. This trust deserves to be respected, and if telecommunication companies breach this trust, then the Australian public quite rightly expect there to be serious consequences. And this is why the September 2025 Optus outage, in which hundreds of emergency calls failed and lives were lost, is completely unacceptable. During the outage, thousands of 000 calls failed, which has been linked to at least 4 deaths. My home state of South Australia has sadly been impacted by this devastating technical failure. And this includes the tragic deaths of an 8-week-old boy from South Australia and a 68-year-old woman from the Adelaide suburb of Queenstown, in addition to deaths in WA linked to the outage. And I'd like to take this opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to offer my sincere condolences to the families, to the friends and communities of the people who died as a result of the Optus outage. This should never, ever have occurred and must never, ever happen again. And what I know will frustrate Australians is that Optus trades very, very successfully on a licence that's been gifted to them by the Australian public, by the Australian government, and as a result of support from Australian people. On the 22nd of May, the Australian Fin Review reported the Telcos Group underlying net profit jumped to $136 million in the 12 months from March 31, from $19 million a year earlier. And I just want to make this point. Optus Chief Executive Stephen Roux says, this is what he said, he will keep a tight lid on costs to improve profit margins at the Singaporean-owned telco group after annual earnings rebounded following last year's hefty write-downs. But at what cost? What cost to the public? The average number of Optus employees fell 8% to 6,200 over the 12 months as the telco group cut jobs. So I'd respectfully request that Mr Roux consider carefully how Optus operates in the future to ensure the company lives up to that trust that's been given to Optus by the Australian public. And can I just say, managing costs, they should be looking at it judiciously. Increasing profits and reducing your number of employees might sound good to shareholders, but again, at what cost? So Optus must do much better, and we await the findings of ACMA into the tragic failure of last month's deaths. But I must commend the Minister for Communications and congratulate her for introducing legislation so swiftly to provide certainty to Australians that this critical service is reliable and trusted, as Australians deserve that they deserve it in the most desperate times of need.
Are there any statements by honourable members? I call the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. Everyone, wherever they live, deserves access to quality aged care close to their loved ones. It's something that I feel very passionately about and that the Albanese Labor government is prioritising. John Curtin Aged Care Centre in my electorate provides an incredibly important service to the Creswick community. It's a registered charity, it's a place where older people are treated with dignity and respect, and a place that families can spend time with their loved ones. Like many great aged care centres, it is experiencing high demand. It's why I was really delighted to announce that the government is providing $13 million to John Curtin Residential Aged Care as part of our Aged Care Capital Assistance Program. The funding will deliver 18 new beds, taking the total to 93 beds. The funding will also allow for 35 of the existing rooms to be refurbished. Every single room at John Curtin looks out onto the garden. Not only is that calming and uplifting for residents, but many of the people who come to live there, country people, have spent their entire lives surrounded by nature. It's something that makes John Curtin special, and I'm pleased that important feature will be retained for the residents when the upgrade occurs. Of course, the facility is named after Creswick-born Prime Minister John Curtin. The centre itself was opened by another Labor legend, Prime Minister Bob Hawke, in 1986. A Labor government support for aged care, supporting the dignity of older people, that is in our DNA. The $30 million for this refurbishment is really an investment in the Creswick community. It'll mean work for local contractors and builders delivering on that refurbishment. It'll mean more jobs for the community and more jobs in the community for the extra staff who are already employed as a result of the expansion. And most importantly, it's an investment in the future of this town, in Creswick families, in older people who live in this area. I was really pleased to make this announcement in Creswick with the dedicated board and staff of the centre and, of course, the valued residents. We made this announcement on the same day as the Albanese Labor government delivered a fourth increase in award wages to the 40,000 dedicated workers in our aged care sector, an increase of $60.20 per week for a registered nurse. It ends, frankly, a decade where aged care workers were systematically underpaid and undervalued in this country. Our government is delivering on our once-in-a-generation reforms to the aged care sector that will see more Australians, older Australians, get better care faster, for more home care and support home packages to funding those increases in the amount of beds in facilities like those in Creswick. Our older Australians deserve to age in dignity, and I'm very pleased that we'll be able to support Creswick, the John Curtin aged care facility, but particularly the residents and extra wages for the workers in that facility.
There being no further statements, we'll move to the next item of business. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, appropriation bill number 1, 2025-2026, further consideration in detail.
The proposed expenditure now before the Federation Chamber is for the social services portfolio being $707,342,000. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Clearly, since the federal budget in March, we've had a federal election, and traditionally after an election where there is no change of government, we might expect only minor adjustments. A reshuffle of ministerial lineups, a few tweaks in responsibilities across those portfolios, if you will. But after this most recent election, what we saw in the social services portfolio was far from minor. On 13 May, the Prime Minister made substantial changes to the administrative arrangement orders, the mechanism by which executive responsibility is allocated amongst ministers. These changes dramatically reduced the responsibilities of the Minister for Social Services. Housing, rental and homelessness policy were stripped from the portfolio. The National Disability Insurance Scheme and foundational supports were also removed. And then, on 26 June, the Prime Minister went further still with responsibility for disability policy transferred to health, while the delivery of services and payments relating to social security, health and other government services, along with whole of government service delivery policy, was transferred to the finance portfolio. These decisions were not just administrative. They were a clear signal, that this Prime Minister had little confidence in his own minister. Hardly a ringing endorsement either of the Minister or of the previous Minister of Social Services over the past 3 years under Labor. Can the Minister outline what impact these significant changes to the department's responsibilities will have on its budget and also on your influence around the Cabinet table? Australians are simply doing it tougher than ever before, and 1 in 6 families report being very concerned about their current financial situation and financial future. Even with a strong labour market and an increasingly mature superannuation system, our social security systems supports more than 6 million Australians at a cost of $152 billion in 25-26. This represents 19% of all government expenditure, and under the Albanese government, the number of long-term job seeker recipients, that is those on payments for more than 2 years, is on the rise. It's increasing. Minister, what macro issues will increase the number of social security recipients, and what measures are in your budget to reduce the reliance of Australians on our social security safety net? Family and domestic violence remains at unacceptably high levels in our nation. And in 2023-24, there were 46 female victims of intimate partner homicide. 1 in 4 women has experienced intimate partner violence since the age of 15. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women are 33 times more likely to be hospitalised due to family violence. That's a sickening number. And up to 7 times more likely to be victims of homicide. Between 22 and 24, sexual assaults rose by 17%, while family violence-related homicides and related offences increased nearly 65%. Minister, with the latest ABS crime statistics for 2024 from across Australia showing domestic violence and sexual assaults on the rise, and the significant delay in rollout of funding from your so-called rapid review, what is the Albanese government doing now to ensure frontline services have the resources you promised? The Closing the Gap annual data compilation report provides a sobering reminder of this government's failures. Now in its 4th year, this distracted Prime Minister has failed to deliver meaningful change. The gap is not closing, it is widening. Of the 19 national targets, just 4 are on track. That is 1 less than last year. For too many targets, the data is missing, unreliable or outdated. In fact, only 10 targets had updated figures, and for crucial areas such as family safety,
the numbers were simply not reliable. This is the reality Indigenous communities face and are struggling. Women and children remain unsafe, and this government is failing Indigenous Australians. Minister, how can Australians have any faith this government can close the gap when progress has gone backwards under your watch? Shame. And Minister, where are you? Why are you not here in the chamber to answer these very, very important questions?
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on the Appropriation Bills number 1, 2025, specifically the sections which relate to the social services portfolio. The Department of Social Services is a major employer in my electorate of Bean, and the department and its minister, the member for Sydney, with the assistant minister, the member for Cooper, my good friend, sit at the forefront of the social change agenda of the government. The appropriations under discussion here today will improve the lives of many, many Australians. And Deputy Speaker, a key part of the social agenda of our government is the Targeting Entrenched Disadvantage package. This package, which is funded for $230 million, is delivering tangible and sustainable change for disadvantaged Australians and their communities. The package covers a range of areas of disadvantage, utilising different levers to tackle different types of disadvantage. Deputy Speaker, I would like to focus in my time today on one particular area of the package that I've recently learned a little more about. Under the $100 million Outcomes Fund within the Targeting Entrenched Disadvantage package is the Social Enterprise Development Initiative. The purpose of the Outcomes Fund is for the Commonwealth Government to partner with the states and territories and social enterprises to fund projects which deliver outcomes in tackling social disadvantage. Of the $100 million related to the Outcomes Fund, $11.6 million has gone towards funding the Social Enterprise Development Initiative. Deputy Speaker, the objective of the Social Enterprise Development Initiative is positive: to empower local communities and organisations to use their knowledge and expertise to develop and implement appropriate solutions for Australians who need help. Grants by the Social Enterprise Development Initiative has supported 32 organisations across Australia to support people to build their own positive futures. It is expected that around 60 organisations will benefit over the course of the initiative. In my electorate of Bean, Nansen Digital Forensics received support to engage in critical work to support women experiencing domestic violence. Nansen received a Social Enterprise Development Initiative grant of $92,000. Nansen supports women experiencing domestic violence who want to protect their digital and online security. They provide digital forensic and cybersecurity services Australia-wide, assisting survivors of domestic violence by providing tailored, trauma-informed digital safety audits that help victims' survivors detect and manage technology-related risks to prevent and combat technology-facilitated abuse. Deputy Speaker, Nansen also offers training for police, caseworkers and legal professionals in digital safety and tech abuse, and provides skill development pathways for women re-entering the workforce in ICT security. The support provided to Nansen through the Social Enterprise Development Initiative has allowed it to scale its reach and social impact, including protecting vulnerable communities from technology-facilitated abuse. I've had the good fortune to meet with Rose McDonald and Andrew Collins from Nansen on multiple occasions. I've always been impressed by their commitment to fostering positive social change and helping people in need. Their support for women experiencing domestic violence will be critical and life-changing. The story of Nansen is a wonderful example of the types of organisations that are supported by the Social Enterprise Development Initiative. The work done by these organisations will be so important to achieve the social change agenda of our government. Finding the right people in communities with the right ideas and supporting them to achieve real and positive change, this is how we build a better and fairer Australia. The social change agenda is one that's in the DNA of Labor governments. In 1891, one of the founders of the Labor Party, George Black, declared that Labor existed to make and unmake social conditions. It's as true now as it was all those years ago. What is contained in this appropriation bill as it pertains to social services is a testament to this, and I look forward to the continued benefits which will flow from it to communities right across Australia.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia has some of the best social services in the world, supporting more than 6 million Australians. At all times, we must remember our strong safety net needs to be managed responsibly because it's funded by the taxpayer, by families, hard-working Australians across the country. One of the important priorities for social services is ensuring disability participants have access to employment support and work opportunities. There are many fantastic providers around the country who help Australians with a disability find employment, achieve success at work and recognition for the skills that they bring. As one of the shadow ministers in the NDIS and the Deputy Chair of the Social Policy Committee, I have the incredible opportunity to hear about how social services is improving people's lives. But I also hear about the ways that this current Labor government is letting people with a disability down. And I'm deeply concerned about Labor's apparent preference for political affiliations over merit when it comes to engaging with providers of disability employment services. One not-for-profit provider in Western Australia recently wrote to me saying their contract for their local community, where they helped people with a disability find employment for over a decade, was abruptly cancelled by this Labor federal government. Meanwhile, a large for-profit corporation secured extensive government contracts for that region and beyond. That large corporation has Labor Party heavyweights on its advisory board, including a former Labor state premier. This disadvantaged smaller provider wrote to me saying, "Our exclusion will have devastating effects on people with disability and their families, including my own, who rely on this vital, hands-on support to find and maintain meaningful employment." They said the apparent favouring of corporations with political ties undermines confidence that this process was free from bias or undue influence. If it's happening in my electorate, it will be happening all over Australia. And they are right. Australians deserve transparency on whether there are any conflicts of interest in Labor's contract award process in disability employment. Therefore, I'm seeking answers from the Labor Minister for Social Services, Minister Plibersek, on the following questions. Why has an organisation advised by former Labor Premier secured major contracts across the country while smaller providers have been excluded from their communities? And exactly what safeguards are in place to ensure fairness and integrity in the contract award process? I wrote to the Minister several weeks ago with these questions, but have not received a response. So I will not stop demanding accountability, because people with a disability and their families deserve assurances that their employment service providers are selected based upon merit and outcomes, not political party contacts. Another failure is this Labor government's defunding of another critical support program, the Salvation Army Sallyman. The Sallyman have heroically provided pastoral care and support services to our defence personnel, veterans and their families for over 125 years. Our soldiers trust the Sallyman, and anyone who has served knows how important their role is in boosting the well-being and morale of our service members. One soldier told me he was in a dark place and without the Sallyman he wouldn't be here today. That's the kind of support you can't put a price on. Yet this Labor government did. Their decision to defund the Sallyman by cutting $1.5 million in the federal funding for the program has sparked outrage and disbelief among many of our service members and their families. In Townsville, largest garrison city, soldiers frequently ask me if this Labor government will reverse their disastrous decision. And so my questions to the Labor government are, has funding been provided in the social services portfolio to fill the gap and fund the Sallyman program after this funding was cut? Did the Minister for Defence consult with the Department of Social Services to see what could be provided for the program? Will this government take responsibility for its decision, acknowledge that it made a mistake and act urgently to restore funding for the Sallyman so this vital, long-standing service can continue supporting Australians in need? These failures and many others like it have eroded public confidence in Labor's management of social services. Therefore, I'm calling on this Labor government to act swiftly to restore integrity and fairness to social services, rebuild trust by listening to those who are impacted by their decisions so they continue to receive the support that they need.
The question is the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Ending gender-based violence is a national priority for the Albanese Labor government, and it must be a priority for every single person in this place, because every one of us has a role to play to ensure that women and children are safe, supported and empowered. Before entering this parliament, I worked as a domestic violence lawyer. I sat beside women as they applied for protection orders. I listened to their stories of abuse, fear, control, but also of courage. I saw firsthand how broken systems can compound trauma, and I also saw how the right support at the right time can change a life. I carry those stories with me into this chamber. They guide the work I do here and remind me that policy is not abstract, it's personal, and in this place, it's urgent. We know that escaping violence comes at an enormous personal and financial cost, and we know that too many women have asked themselves not, why don't I leave, but instead, where would I go, or how will I afford to leave? That's why the Albanese Labor government is delivering the most significant investment in women's safety in our nation's history. Since coming to government, Labor has committed more than $4 billion to address gender-based violence. That includes funding for frontline services, prevention programs, legal supports and behaviour change initiatives, because we must support victim survivors, but we must also stop the violence before it starts. We've made the Leaving Violence program permanent, offering up to $5,000 in financial support, plus safety planning to people who are leaving or have recently left a violent relationship. This replaced the Escaping Violence Payment Trial, which supported more than 100,000 people. It sends a clear message: if you need to go, we will help you so you can afford to leave. We've also legislated 10 days of paid domestic violence leave, so no one has to choose between safety and their job. We're investing $1.2 billion in emergency and transitional accommodation, because leaving violence shouldn't mean entering homelessness. We've reformed family law to make it safer and easier to navigate. We've also invested in legal assistance services, $3.9 billion for the new National Justice Partnership, $82.4 million to strengthen responses to high-risk and serial perpetrators of domestic and family violence, $81.3 million to enhance and expand child-centric trauma-informed supports for children and young people who have experiences of violence, and a special shout-out to Safe Steps, who premiered their film Unanswered Calls at Parliament this week, which portrays young people's experience of family violence, and I thank the Assistant Minister for her attendance at that premiere. Labor is fixing systems that have too often failed women. One example of this is the Special Circumstances Debt Waiver. Under the old rules, women who unknowingly incurred Centrelink debts, often because of coercive control or financial abuse, were still held liable. Labor is changing that. We're expanding the waiver provisions so that Services Australia can consider the broader context, including abuse, when deciding whether a debt should be waived. We've also invested in prevention and education. Our $40 million Consent Can't Wait campaign is reaching young people with powerful, necessary messages. We've partnered with Teach Us Consent and La Trobe University to build the evidence base and ensure we are tackling this issue at its root. And we are taking further steps to disrupt cycles of harm, investing in electronic monitoring of high-risk perpetrators, funding behaviour change programs, and working with states and territories to improve criminal justice responses to sexual violence. All of this is informed by the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, and strengthened by the rapid review that continues to shape our national response. Deputy Speaker, I've sat with too many women in court, up to 90 matters a day, who felt they had nowhere to turn. That is not the Australia we want, and is not the Australia that Labor will accept. Only Labor is building a system where women are believed, supported and safe, a system that holds perpetrators accountable, and a system that empowers every victim survivor to reclaim their life with dignity, with choice and with hope. We still have work to do, but we are making progress that is real, tangible and life-changing. I'm proud to be part of a government that understands the urgency, that listens to victim survivors, that invests in safety, justice and prevention, not just words, but real action. I commend the work of the Department, of Minister Plibersek, Assistant Minister Carney, and I commend this government's commitment to a safer future for all Australians, free from violence.
I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This morning I'm so glad to be here to ask questions of Minister Plibersek. Unfortunately, I don't see her in the chamber. I want to ask her questions about the department's decisions and her decisions to cut funding for emergency relief. These decisions are having devastating effects on small, grassroots, volunteer-run organisations in my electorate who have been providing high-quality emergency relief to Wimmera locals for a collective total of 82 years. Ultimately, these funding cuts will have devastating impacts on vulnerable people in my electorate of Mallee in their hour of need. In July of this year, the Minister for Social Services published a media release stating the Albanese government, I quote, is boosting food relief and financial wellbeing support funding by 25% to help ease cost of living pressures for 500,000 Australians. The Minister reported that funding specifically for food relief had been doubled. Two charities in the electorate of Mallee, the Horsham Christian Emergency Food Centre, CEFC, and the Stawell Interchurch Council via the Cottage have been providing emergency food relief supported by the Department of Social Services funding. But the funding that sustains their essential charitable work ceased abruptly as of September. They had just a week or two's notice. The Horsham CEFC received $82,000 in the DSSS grant in 2024-25 financial year. In the same year, the Stawell ICC received a total of $48,500 indirectly from DSS via their funding partner Uniting VicTaz. Horsham CEFC also received funding via Uniting VicTaz in the 2024-25 funding year. Funding to Uniting VicTaz has also been dramatically cut by 80%, resulting in the defunding of the Stawell Cottage and creating even more uncertainty for the Horsham CEFC. During the 2024 financial year, with the assistance of DSS funding, Horsham CEFC provided 3,000 client contacts and a total of $527,912 in client support, with the small amount of funding they receive from the government. They have been providing essential emergency assistance to people in need for the past 27 years. They are the major provider of food relief and other support in the Wimmera region. In the 2024 financial year, the Stawell ICC assisted 292 households, 661 individuals. 209 of them were living with a disability, 147 were 17 years old or younger, and 132 were Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander. Their total spend on groceries and food vouchers was $63,834, considerably larger than their government funding. The Stawell ICC has provided emergency food relief in Stawell and the surrounding region since 1970, 55 years, and are the only provider of non-perishable food in the local area. The Horsham CEFC and Stawell ICC have been kept in the dark about the Albanese government's decision-making process. No alternate funding has been provided to serve the entire community in Horsham and Stawell. Vulnerable people in these rural towns cannot easily access another service in the next suburb. There is no next suburb. Public transport options are few and far between. People who are destitute can't simply put fuel in their car and drive 50 kilometres to get a food package. Both of these local Mallee organisations report increasing need for emergency food services over the last few years. The Horsham CEFC has met record demand in the 23-24 and 24-25 financial years. On Friday, the 3rd of October, an email was sent from Simon Perlman, Funding Arrangement Manager for Community Grants Hub Victoria, so this last week, to the Horsham CEFC, advising them surge funding of $45,600 had been approved for the 25-26 financial year.
The member's time has expired. I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I vaguely remember a little over 26 years ago when I discovered I was pregnant. It was a really joyous time. These were much wanted babies. But even though I did think I would have them one at a time, not three at once. But I'd also remember the stress involved in taking unpaid parental leave from my workplace. As a multiple pregnancy, I had to take leave at 18 weeks for health reasons. We went from being a 2-income family to a 1-income family, and then a couple of months later with the additional cost of 3 newborns to care for. I returned to work on a part-time basis when they were about 4 months old. While there were other reasons I wanted to keep my hand in the workplace, the income was definitely a factor. Paid parental leave would have been very helpful and taken considerable stress off our new family. Labor created paid parental leave and Labor is expanding it. Investing in a more generous and flexible paid parental leave scheme is a no-brainer. It's good for mums and dads, it's good for bubs, and it's good for the economy. Our changes are the most significant expansion since Labor established paid parental leave under the Gillard government. Since July 2023, the Australian government has been delivering on the biggest expansion to paid parental leave since it was introduced in 2011, progressively increasing the scheme to 26 weeks by the 1st of July 2026. Thanks to Labor, parents will have more time, more money, more flexibility, and more people will be eligible. To be specific, more time. From the 1st of July, parents have been entitled to 24 weeks, and from 1st of July next year, they'll be entitled to 26 weeks. More money, paying superannuation on paid parental leave for the first time ever and increasing the weekly payment rate to almost $950 a week. More flexibility, increasing the time parents can take off together from 2 to 4 weeks. And I really love this, enabling new families to spend time together as they get to know their precious new baby. And making more people eligible. The eligibility thresholds will be increasing with indexation. In total, parents will be almost $12,000 better off than when we came to government. Our changes to paid parental leave will benefit around 180,000 Australian families every year. Adding superannuation to paid parental leave signals that the time out of the workforce to care for a new child is a normal and valued part of life. It recognises the vital work of caregiving and reinforces paid parental leave as a fundamental workplace entitlement like annual leave and sick leave. The 12% contribution will be paid as a contribution to their nominated superannuation fund. And crucially, this change also represents a significant step towards gender equality. Women make up much of the paid parental leave recipients and as such, due to breaks in the workforce, retire with far less superannuation than men. Furthermore, this change, in addition to the recent reforms to the scheme, may also encourage more fathers and non-birthing parents to take paid parental leave, helping rebalance caring responsibilities and normalise shared care. Numerous groups have called for superannuation to be added to the government-paid parental leave scheme, including the Women's Economic Equality Task Force, the ACTU, the Business Council of Australia and the Diversity Council of Australia. The measure is also part of the government's gender equality strategy, Working for Women, a strategy for gender equality. When I ran homelessness services in Adelaide, the women who came to us often had gaps in their income and gaps in their superannuation contributions from when they were having children. This left them financially disadvantaged, and this disadvantage was lifelong. Decades later, they were retiring into poverty and turning up in the homelessness system. The introduction of paid parental leave in 2011 was too late for me, but it's been a game changer for many other women and families. The changes that this government has introduced and the payment of superannuation on paid parental leave is another step towards gender equality, supporting women, supporting families. Paid parental leave is not welfare, as the Shadow Finance Minister would have it. Women shouldn't have to pay some financial penalty for the rest of their lives, retire with less superannuation, retire into poverty, for being the ones who get pregnant for genetics, as the Shadow Industrial Relations Minister would have it. After all, we want Australian families to have children. It was a Labor government that introduced paid parental leave. It's been a Labor government that has expanded it, and only Labor will protect it.
The question is that the proposed expansion be agreed to, and I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the appropriation bill, and I understand deeply the significance of this bill and what it means for the people who depend on us to get it right. During my time at St Vincent's de Paul Society, New South Wales, I had the privilege of working alongside the frontline workers who operate our Vinnie's support centres and van services in New South Wales, as well as the extraordinary Vincentian members and volunteers who dedicate their time and hearts to helping those most in need. Through them, I have seen firsthand the hardship faced by the most vulnerable members of our community. That is why I know the importance of strengthening entitlements within our social security system to ensure there is always a genuine safety net for those who fall on hard times. I also know too well the devastating impact that family, domestic and sexual violence continues to have in our communities. But it's not just Vinnie's doing the heavy lifting. Across my electorate of Barton, we see incredible organisations like the Salvation Army in Hurstville, Cogra Storehouse, working tirelessly to ensure that no one is left behind. This Labor government shares that mission. We are focused on ensuring that people, especially those experiencing domestic and family violence, get the help and protection they deserve. Today, I want to highlight two key measures that deliver real practical support: the leaving violence payment and the special circumstances debt waiver. Deputy Speaker, every day, people come to organisations like Vinnie's in deep financial hardship. People who are simply trying to find a way to move forward when they can barely afford to stand still. The Leaving Violence program, which became permanent from 1 July this year, provides critical financial assistance for people who are planning to leave or have recently left a violent partner. This government recognises the insidious link between financial stress and the vulnerability experienced by victim survivors of domestic violence. Through this program, individuals can receive up to $5,000 in financial support. But it's not just about the money. It's also about connecting people with wraparound supports, referral services and personalised safety planning. Because this isn't just about financial relief. It is about saving lives, restoring dignity and giving people the strength to rebuild on their own terms. We also know that our social security system can be complex, even overwhelming for those already navigating trauma or crisis. The Albanese Labor government recognises that, at times, perpetrators of violence have exploited gaps in this system, leaving victim survivors with debts that were never really truly theirs. That's why we've introduced legislation to reform the Special Circumstances Debt Waiver, extending Services Australia's power to waive social security debts incurred as a result of domestic and family violence. Under these reforms, Services Australia will be able to take into account the full context behind a debt, including cases where coercion or financial abuse has led someone to make false statements. Let me give you an example. Gemma received the disability support pension for several years. During that time, she had a partner who later turned out to have been secretly working. After that, they separated. Gemma discovered this and reported it to Services Australia, only to find herself with a $10,000 debt. Gemma has limited English, has endured years of domestic violence. The pension she receives is her only income, supporting her and her children through ongoing financial hardship. Under current legislation, Gemma was denied a special circumstances waiver because her former partner had knowingly made false declarations about his income. Under the expanded waiver introduced by this Labor government, Gemma's broader circumstances, including the coercion and abuse she suffered, would finally be taken into account. She would have the chance to seek justice and relief from a debt that was never truly hers to bear. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is keeping its duty to put safety at the very heart of our Commonwealth system. to ensure that our social security framework can never be, ever again, weaponised against those escaping violence. This is an important step towards a fairer and more compassionate system, one that truly supports those who need it most. At its core, these reforms are about restoring dignity, security and hope for Australians who have endured abuse. And I will always support legislation like this because every Australian deserves a system that protects and empowers them and that no one is left behind.
Just in the nick of time, I call the Assistant Minister for Social Services.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has proclaimed to the Australian people again and again that no one held back, no one left behind. This is a vision, a core belief of the Labor Party that resonated right across Australia during the election. And Deputy Speaker, it is with this in mind that I speak in support of the Department of Social Services proposed expenditure. I thank all the previous speakers from both sides of the House on this matter. I would like to clear up a couple of issues raised by the members of the opposition. The Shadow Minister, the member for Moncrief, referred to the number of people on job seeker for more than 2 years. And I would like to point out that during their term of government from 2013 to 2022, the number of people on job seeker for more than 2 years actually doubled. When Labor formed government, 58% of job seeker recipients had been on payments for 2 years or more. Today, that has dropped to 45%. The member for Herbert raised issues with the Department of Social Services procurement of disability and employment services, and I would like to remind him that the department's Deputy Secretary, Disability and Carers, was the decision maker for the procurement. The entire process was conducted at arm's length from ministers and ministers' offices. Now, social security is a great Labor legacy. I would have to say that it's not so embraced by those opposite. Unfortunately, we didn't have a full number of speakers come to this session today, unfortunately. From the first National Welfare Scheme, the Invalid Old Age Pensions Act in 1908 by the Prime Minister Andrew Fisher, to the foundation of a universal welfare system by the great Gough Whitlam, to paid parental leave introduced by Prime Minister Julia Gillard, and the strengthening of the safety net and cheaper childcare by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese today. We have always been guided by the same core principles of equality and fairness, and since coming into government we have continued that legacy, including through increasing job seeker by almost $4,000 a year, delivering the biggest increase to Commonwealth rent assistance in 30 years, supporting minimum wage rises that leave workers $9,000 a year better off, and lifting the pension for singles by almost $5,000. And Deputy Speaker, one of the most powerful ways we make equality real in this country is by helping families balance paid labour and domestic labour, because all labour is labour. We are the party that values parents and work that has often been prescribed to women and undervalued. That's why the Albanese Labor government is delivering the biggest expansion to paid parental leave since it was first created. Specifically, we're increasing leave from 24 weeks to 26 weeks. We're fighting to close the retirement gender gap by paying superannuation on paid parental leave for the first time. We're introducing higher eligibility thresholds, and we're introducing more flexibility so that both parents can now take 4 weeks leave together. Because we want more dads to be able to spend time with their new babies. And this increased leave flexibility is important for our new LGBTIQA+ families as well. It's crucial that government systems recognise that there isn't one type of family or only two types of parents. And the sum of all these payments means parents will roughly receive around $12,000 more support than before we came into government. Another way we ensure that no one is held back and no one is left behind is by doing all we can to end family, domestic and sexual violence. And this government has made ending gender-based violence a national priority. Since coming to government, Labor has invested over $4 billion across frontline services and prevention programs, made the $5,000 leaving violence payment permanent. We've committed $1.2 billion for emergency and transitional housing. We've legislated 10 days paid domestic violence leave. We've strengthened Centrelink discretion to stop perpetrators using the system to harm survivors. reformed the family law system to make it safer and simpler, improved criminal justice responses to sexual violence in states and territories, and delivered a record $800 million in funding for legal services supporting those people fleeing violence. And we're not stopping there. We're also preventing perpetrators from using tax and social security systems as tools of abuse, and we're ensuring they can't profit from a victim's superannuation after death, and we're investing in new and innovative perpetrator interventions from electronic monitoring to behaviour change programs. Because, Deputy Speaker, no one held back and no one left behind is not just a slogan. It's Labor's guiding principle, a test of fairness. Thank you.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on 7 October 2025, I therefore put the question that the proposed expenditure for the social services portfolio be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed expenditure now before the Federation Chamber is for the Health, Disability and Ageing portfolio, being some $22,908,805,000. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Australians have really had enough of this Albanese Labor government's misleading rhetoric on health and aged care. The government went to the last election with a dishonest campaign on health and Medicare. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese waved around his Medicare card in front of the Australian public and promised Australians that all you need is your Medicare card, not a credit card, and that it would be free to see a GP. He made this promise at least 71 times. But the Albanese Labor government has already broken these promises. Labor promised to strengthen Medicare, but it has never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor. The bulk billing rate has plummeted by 11% since they came into government, from 88% under the Coalition to 77% under this Albanese Labor government. They promised to put the care back into aged care and to release an additional 83,000 new home care packages. But they have withheld new home care packages from older Australians who need them, causing the wait list to skyrocket by more than 400% in just 2 years. The Prime Minister promised to have a new hospital funding agreement in place by July this year and to fund 42.5% of hospital costs by 2030. But he has failed to negotiate with the states and territories, leaving our hospital systems to languish. Worse, he now appears to be planning to cut billions from our hospitals at a time when they are faced unprecedented pressure. Despite all of the Prime Minister's promises and campaign slogans, more Australians are now having to use their credit card to see a doctor under this government. Australians are being charged the highest out-of-pocket costs on record. In fact, Australians paid a combined $2 billion in out-of-pocket costs to see a GP in the last year alone. This is the Prime Minister's $2 billion lie. This means Australians are now paying 75% more from their own pocket to see their GP under this government. This is having a real impact on families at a time when they can least afford it. More than 1.5 million Australians avoided seeing their GP the last year due to cost. Instead of being honest with Australians about this crisis, the Prime Minister has been waving his Medicare card around, doing a stunt to try and distract from his government's failure. This Prime Minister is completely out of touch with the rising costs Australians are facing every single day under his government. Minister, will you finally acknowledge that less Australians can rely only on their Medicare card to see a doctor since your government came into power? I want to use my remaining time to speak about women's health. The Coalition and the government made a significant bipartisan commitment at the last election to invest $573.3 million into important women's health initiatives. This included enhancing menopause care for women through a new Medicare rebate, expanding health professional training and increasing funding for endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. This package built on the important work started under the Coalition government, including the launch of the National Women's Health Strategy. For women experiencing menopause and living with conditions like endo, access to affordable GPs and specialist care is critical. These new initiatives must be delivered without delay. Too many women are missing out. It has never been harder or more expensive for women to access critical primary care. The Albanese government must do more to ensure women can access the health advice and checkups they need without record high costs acting as a barrier. I also want to urge the Albanese government to urgently deliver on its broken promise to protect Australians from genetic discrimination like what they're experiencing in life insurance. The government committed to addressing this in the last term of Parliament. This broken promise has denied hope to Australians at risk of genetic conditions and discourages many from seeking genetic testing. This genetic testing could lead to life-saving information and treatment. Whether it is supporting women with chronic health conditions, helping women manage endo or menopause, assisting families on their fertility journey, we all need to be focused on getting the policy settings right.
The question is the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Albanese Labor government is strengthening Medicare through our urgent care network. Can I just say, this model of care, this new model of care in Australia, was only possible with the election of the Albanese Labor government in 2022, and it's only been possible to expand that network with our re-election with 94 seats in the 2025 federal election, when people voted overwhelmingly for our health policy. So let's talk urgent care. Let's talk urgent care. So if you're too sick for the GP, not sick enough for ED, under the coalition government, you had nowhere to go. You did not have a place to go. You were either went to your GP and then went on to the ED, or you spent hours in an emergency department. Well, Deputy Speaker, we now have a solution for this issue, and that solution is urgent care medicine. A few conditions that are sort of emergent or urgent but not life-threatening. We're talking about the management with IV antibiotics of ulcers. We're talking about mild COPD and asthma exacerbations. We are also talking about the suturing of small lacerations, just to name a few. And I know that in my electorate of Robertson, across the Central Coast Local Health District, so that includes Robertson, it includes Dobell, it includes a bit of Shortland, we have seen a reduction now in triage category 4 and triage category 5 patients because our urgent care centres are working. People, thousands of Central Coast residents are now attending our urgent care centres to get the urgent care that they need. And can I just say as well, it's not only that urgent, non-life-threatening care, if you're too sick for the GP, not sick enough for emergency, that people are going and able to get this care for. People are actually attending here as a first stop for their medical condition and then end up being referred to the emergency department potentially because it is a life-threatening issue, but the management of that condition has already started. I'm talking about life-threatening arrhythmias. I'm talking about rapid atrial fibrillation. I'm talking about acute myocardial infarction. That's a heart attack, blockage of the artery. I'm talking about severe pneumonia. These types of conditions, and I've spoken to the doctors in my urgent care clinic, these conditions are starting to be treated in our urgent care clinics, ambulance called, they end up going to emergency, and the treatment's already begun. And by the time they enter the resus bay, by the time they enter that acute bed in the ED, the treatment has already begun, the patient is starting to improve. Sepsis is a great example of that. I mentioned severe pneumonia before, but in sepsis we talk about the golden hour, making sure that we can get those IV antibiotics on board, making sure that we can get those IV fluids on board, making sure we can get all the necessary investigations and medical imaging done. And it's already started because they've gone to the urgent care, they've seen these world-class doctors who are able to provide urgent and sometimes emergent care, and the mortality rate of these patients will decrease because they're getting the therapy that they need within the golden hour. So the urgent care network is something I know that I'm extremely proud of. I'm proud to be part of a government that has led the way on healthcare reform, particularly in the creation of new models of care. And we went to the first election only promising 50. We now have them right across the country, in every corner of the country, taking the pressure off our emergency departments, but also taking the pressure off our general practitioners, whose focus should be preventative health care. Most of what primary care is the prevention of disease. That's looking at your cholesterol levels, prescribing cholesterol medication, and making sure that that doesn't then progress to a stroke or doesn't progress to a heart attack. It's making sure that patients with diabetes, making sure their kidney function's okay, their sugars are intact, so that they don't end up going to an emergency department. You know, making sure that our GPs across Australia are given the opportunity and the time to see the patients that they see in the preventative health space. And then also too, there's the emergency component to that. Patients going to the emergency department prior to the establishment of these urgent care clinics would sometimes be waiting. I know in hospitals across New South Wales, sometimes waiting 15 hours plus as a Category 4 or 5 patient because they didn't have anywhere else to go and they're going through the fast track or house doctor section of ED. But now they've got somewhere to go. We're seeing a reduction in EDs of these non-urgent cases. And now, if you're too sick for the GP and not sick enough for emergency departments, under the Albanese Labor government, you finally have somewhere to go. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now ask, the question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And look, Parliament's a funny place. Today I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised that we don't have the Minister for Health in the room. And, Deputy Speaker, when the motion was read out before, we are talking about $22 billion worth of government expenditure. And quite frankly, the Minister should be here to explain what his department is doing to help Australians get the care that they need. Because instead, we're very fortunate, the member for Robertson's just left, he sent 2 doctors in, which is great. So we've got the medical care we need, we just don't have the ministerial care that we deserve. The Assistant Minister I'll come to in a moment. I'll come to it now. Welcome, Assistant Minister. It's great to see you here. And I'm sure that you'll pass on these questions and our concerns from the Coalition to Minister Butler. I passed them out in the corridor. And I nearly...
All comments should be directed through the chair.
Yes, sorry, Deputy Speaker. I saw Minister Butler out in the corridor. I got very excited that he was nearly going to join us, but he didn't. Now, the thrust of this consideration in detail today is about how Labor is actually failing to deliver health services that Australians deserve. We as a coalition are seriously concerned by the misleading rhetoric and the false promises that this Labor government has been peddling when it comes to health. Prime Minister Albanese went to the last election waving around his Medicare card and promising Australians that all you need was your Medicare card, not your credit card, and that it would be free to see a GP. He made this promise 71 times. But the Department of Health's incoming government brief, exposed under Freedom of Information, estimates that a quarter of GP clinics across Australia will not bulk bill. This data from the Health Department shows that millions of Australians will still need their credit card as well as their Medicare card to see a GP. And can I quite frankly say to the member for Robertson, if there's anything that's ever going to give you a heart attack, it's the out-of-pocket expenses when you go to pay the bill at the doctor. Now, Minister Butler has tried to backtrack from what the Prime Minister promised, saying that there was never going to be 100% bulk billing. Well, the Prime Minister certainly said that when he told Australians one card covers it all, not your credit card, your Medicare card. You know, Australians deserve to have that delivered, and he is failing. Because while the Prime Minister was out there during the month of May, waving around his Medicare card, Australian families paid a combined $166 million in out-of-pocket costs at the GP, just in that month alone. In the past year, Australians have paid more than $2 billion out of pocket. That's more than $2 billion charged to Australians' credit cards, not through their Medicare cards. Now, this is effectively a big $2 billion furphy from the Prime Minister. It means that Australians are now paying 75% more out of their own pocket to see a doctor under this Labor government. So more Australians have to rely on their credit cards to visit the GP since the Albanese Labor government was elected in 2022. It's really quite appalling that the Prime Minister was going to mislead the Australian public about their access to healthcare. So, Assistant Minister, through you, Deputy Speaker, perhaps the Assistant Minister could ask the Minister if the government stands by its promise to ensure that all Australians can see a GP for free and that the only card that they will need is their Medicare card. Does the Minister accept that less Australians can rely only on their Medicare card to see a doctor since the Labor government was elected? And will the Minister apologise to families in my electorate for overseeing the highest GP out-of-pocket costs on record? It goes on because GP bulk billing has fallen from 88% to 77% since the Albanese Labor government was elected, and there have been 40 million less bulk billed GP visits in the past year alone. That means that the rate of bulk billing in this country is 11% lower under the Labor government than it was under the Coalition. So quite frankly, this Labor government, as always, is interested in spin and slogans and are not delivering for Australians and their healthcare.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll just start by saying that the Coalition understands the costs of everything, but it never understands the value, particularly the value of healthcare. Labor, it's in our bones, the value of healthcare for generations. We introduced Medibank and then Medicare. I started my practice on the same day that Medicare started in Australia, and it's been the backbone of healthcare in Australia for the last 40 years. Susan Lee, the Leader of the Opposition, was responsible for a huge drop in funding for healthcare, reductions in bulk billing, reductions in access to healthcare, and she should be ashamed of her time as a health minister in this country. For 10 years, the Coalition did nothing but cut back on health. Yet Labor, in its first term, has made some really dramatic changes in healthcare. And I'll start with the 60-day prescribing, which was fought by the Coalition tooth and nail. They never understood it. They never understood the importance of increasing prescribing from 30 days to 60 days. It made huge financial gains for families, and it also saved time and effort and was a great boon to patients around Australia. The Coalition never understood it and fought it tooth and nail. They've fought any changes to healthcare policy that have improved access to women's healthcare, that have improved access to some of the new medications, for example, dupilumab, which is a remarkable medication used for severe eczema. The Coalition wouldn't fund it through the PBS. We, as soon as we came to power, funded it through the PBS, changed the life for many of the kids I see with severe eczema, changed their whole trajectory. They were able to go to school full time. They didn't have to come in and out of hospital for wet dressings and sedation because of the severity of their eczema. Made a huge difference. We have changed the lives of many children with cystic fibrosis, with remarkably increasing the access to the new genetically targeted cystic fibrosis medications, doubling the life expectancy of people with cystic fibrosis in this country almost overnight. The Coalition understands the costs but never understands the value of health care. The bulk billing incentives that we introduced in November 2023 have dramatically improved bulk billing rates for general practitioners in this country. And it's important to know that the Coalition fudged their figures around bulk billing by including in their bulk billing statistics the pathology testing during the pandemic, which dramatically increased the apparent bulk billing rates, which in fact not true. It was the pathology test that did it. We have made incredible improvements in access to some of the genetically targeted treatments for childhood diseases, as I've mentioned, cystic fibrosis, but some of the inherited neurological disorders like spinal muscular atrophy, dramatic improvements in access to the genomically targeted medications, which are life-changing for the children and for their families. We've funded OMICO, the Australian Genomic Cancer Medicine Centre, run by Professor David Thomas at Sydney University, improving access to genetically targeted treatments for cancer improving life expectancies dramatically. We've funded the Zero Childhood Cancer Project, which for years had been trying to get federal government funding through the coalition, but we, the Labor government, in our first term have funded it. In our second term, we will do more to improve access, equitable access to genomically targeted treatments around Australia by funding these projects. The coalition, unfortunately, doesn't understand the importance of access to primary care. Our urgent care centres have dramatically improved access to primary care, particularly for people who are sick with chronic illness and have acute exacerbations. A member for Robertson's already mentioned some of them. The urgent care centres have made dramatic improvements in access, particularly after hours. But they've also reduced pressure on our emergency departments, a dramatic change. The coalition doesn't understand healthcare, doesn't understand the importance of equitable access to healthcare, and unfortunately for them, the Australian population understood that, and they walked away from the coalition at the last election. I think in a big part due to the coalition's very poor health policy. In fact, they did no work on health policy at all. All we got from them was "me too." I think we'll agree with that, said the coalition health spokesperson. But really, they did no work on health policy.
Time.
Thank you.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You don't have to look very hard in the Flynn electorate to see evidence of the failures of the Albanese Labor government, and it's even more obvious if you focus on health and aged care sectors. Workforce shortages, particularly GPs, has been ignored by the Labor government. Hospitals are struggling to attract and retain doctors or even locums to serve our hard-working people of the Flynn electorate. Flynn constituents are the people who keep the lights on. They keep your heaters and air conditioners running, your phones charged and put food on your table via a large agricultural sector. They are the ones who suffer most under Labor's poor management. Our regional areas feel the brunt of poor policy by Labor government and its lack of medical services that really drives home how badly some of our residents are treated. Every time we travel to a specialist, the dollars go out of our regional towns. The flow-on effect increases the impact on small businesses, with at least $1,000 removed from the local economy if families travel to a larger centre for medical services, and that's just for one day. Those who need to wait in a bigger city, for an example, for the birth of a child, well, they can expect to spend 2 to 3 weeks and thousands of dollars, all because of the lack of doctors and service specialists. These people are still dealing with Labor's cost of living crisis. The Flynn residents know that it's never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor than it is right now. The Coalition has pledged to fix this situation, and we recognise that it takes 8 to 10 years to train a GP, and this needs to include giving incentives to junior doctors who choose to be a GP in country areas. We know that becoming part of a regional community can lead to a lifetime of connections where families can thrive in a country lifestyle, and this helps to permanently fix these workforce shortages. Deputy Speaker, it took the Albanese government 282 days to finally commit to matching this plan. It is another example of how Labor doesn't understand or care about rural and regional Australia. Now, it wouldn't be right to discuss health issues without mentioning a constituent of mine who had a fall recently resulting in broken lower lumbar. She was approved for a domestic assistance through My Aged Care, but because she lives regionally, less than an hour from a large city near the coast, she has contacted no less than 11 providers. 11 providers, and not one can help her. She is now on a wait list, and it may be 6 weeks or more before she can get any assistance at all. Deputy Speaker, what's the point of funding if services simply aren't available in rural and regional areas? I've also heard of, from constituents where their home care package providers simply don't show up, even for an entire month. This treatment is unacceptable. When you're battling through an aggressive cancer, or you've made it through the system to be approved for home care assistance, you need this to make your life manageable. But Deputy Speaker, it gets worse than that, and it turns out that a family member who has tried to become a carer but has only failed because they couldn't tick the box for the First Nations or culturally, linguistically diverse community. So how can we possibly penalise this carer for being a white English-speaking Australian? in an industry where we desperately need more qualified and suitable people. Another major issue in the regions is the patient travel subsidy scheme. Now, I understand this is a state issue, but this is to subsidise travel and accommodation costs for patients who travel over 50 kilometres to a specialist healthcare. The subsidy of 34 cents per kilometre barely goes anywhere when you look at the cost of fuel. Accommodation allowance of $70 per person per night. Well, where can you stay for $70 in a capital city? It's impossible. This is the reality of the current health system. Returning specialist services to the regions would go a long way towards easing these additional costs for patients. And it wasn't that long ago you could see a specialist in Gladstone, removing the need for travelling to Rockhampton or Brisbane. Deputy Speaker, it is actions, not words, that matter, and Australians are feeling the cost of Labor's actions in their hip pocket. And while the Albanese government waved around his Medicare card like he was bidding for a new beachfront apartment, Australians have paid more than $2 billion in out-of-pocket costs, and that's in the past year alone. The reality for many Australians is that 25% of GP clinics do not bulk bill. The reality is that more Australians are having to wave around their credit cards to visit the GP since the election.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to speak in support of the appropriations bills, and I do so not just as the member of Bullwinkle, but as somebody who has spent their entire professional life on the front line of our health services. Before I entered this place, I spent my career as a nurse and midwife, and I have cared for people when they're sick and injured, and I have comforted worried families, and I have seen firsthand the incredible pressure on our doctors, nurses and allied health professionals. I know what a strong, properly funded public health system looks like, and over the last decade I saw what a decade of cuts and neglect from the opposition did to it. I saw money taken out of hospitals. I saw dedicated GPs struggling to attract and retain the healthcare workers that they so desperately need. When we came to government 3 years ago, Medicare was in the worst state of its 40-year history. So that's why I'm so incredibly proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government that is turning this around. We are not just patching up the damage, we are rebuilding our health workforce and strengthening Medicare for generations to come. And the results, Speaker, speak for themselves. In the last 2 years, more doctors joined our healthcare system than any time in the past decade. An extra 17,000 doctors have registered to practice across Australia. That is the strongest workforce recovery in memory. We are seeing many junior doctors training to become GPs, primarily because they can finally see a government that values and invests in primary healthcare. This budget builds on that momentum with a $617 million investment to deliver even more doctors and nurses where they are most needed. We are expanding GP training with an extra 400 places from 2028. And crucially, we are creating powerful incentives for junior doctors to choose general practice, bridging the pay gap that they face when they leave the hospital system, and providing them also with paid parental and study leave. This funding is a game changer for regional and outer urban areas like the electorate of Bullwinkle. For too long, we have struggled to get young doctors to make a life in the country, but initiatives like the single employer model trials, which give medical registrars the security of a single employer while they train in rural general practices, are making that choice easier. And speaking as a nurse and midwife, I'm particularly thrilled by our government's commitment to my colleagues. We are funding an additional 400 scholarships for nurses and midwives to extend their skills and become nurse practitioners or endorsed midwives. These highly skilled clinicians are the backbone of regional healthcare, and supporting them to work within their full scope of practice means better care for everyone. But we know that one of the biggest barriers for young health professionals wanting to work in regional areas is the burden of student debt. And that is why our Help for Rural Doctors and Nurse Practitioners initiative is so crucial. This policy means that a doctor or nurse practitioner who chooses to live and work in a rural town like Beverley, 2J, Northam or York, or other country and remote communities could have their entire help debt wiped clean through this policy. But it's not just a policy, it's a powerful statement that we value our regional workforce and we will back them in. Speaker, after a decade of neglect, we are delivering doctors and nurses to the regional areas and we are providing the support our system needs. We have more doctors, we have more bulk billing and we have urgent care clinics that have the immense pressure of taking pressure off the emergency departments. We said we would deliver 50 in 2022, we delivered 87 and now we're committing to another 50. When people are too sick for GPs or it can't wait, but it's not an emergency department issue, they have the option of going to the urgent care clinics where they just need their Medicare card. We believe that the investments in these are not just numbers on a page, they're committed to helping the people, particularly in rural areas such as those in my electorate. Thank you.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Lyne.
Deputy Speaker, when the NDIS was created, many saw it as a beacon of hope and progress for people living with a disability and for their families. Family members instead come to me distressed, desperate and demoralised as they struggle with a system that seems to have replaced its mission of care and dignity with antipathy and apathy. I'd like to share with you the story of Marie and her son Harry and the battle they have with the NDIS behemoth. In 2021, Harry was diagnosed with an extremely rare genetic disorder known as Raman syndrome, which causes a range of developmental, intellectual and cognitive deficits. Marie thought that this diagnosis would herald an NDIS journey characterised by care and value. How wrong she was. In 2022, Harry's funding was cut by more than 60% by an NDIS planner. Despite countless representations by Marie, new costly reports from Harry's medical team and evidence of his diagnosis and difficulties, Marie's attempts to have her son receive adequate care were met with resistance and contempt, being told by a planner, "I have the power to decide what Harry gets. If you don't like it, you can go to the tribunal." With only one option left, Marie went to the AAT, a step that led to the most challenging period of her and her husband's lives. Marie and Harry were subsequently assigned an NDIS AAT case manager who, instead of supporting them, was combative, hostile and admonishing. During initial conciliations, the NDIS case manager asked Marie, "What kind of incompetent and inadequate parent can't even toilet train their child?" She accused Marie of using too many continence supplies and directed her to stop giving her son water. Unsolicited medical advice, all the while refusing to acknowledge Harry's complex diagnosis and extremely high level of need. Following this, Harry was admitted to the paediatric intensive care unit at John Hunter Hospital with a life-threatening infection, where doctors were preparing Marie and her husband for the worst. During these first few horrific days, Marie received an unscheduled call from the AAT case manager who screamed at Marie over the phone, threatening her that "you'll get nothing, I'll see to it," and callously asking Marie, "What's his prognosis? Is he going to die?" Fast forward 86 days and Harry is finally released from the hospital. Marie and her husband are providing all of Harry's care around the clock with little to no sleep, all the while still having to fight to get Harry care. Marie says that eventually, after 2.5 long years of combative, hostile, belittling, soul-destroying accusations and demeaning comments, 756 pages of reports and evidence, and I can only imagine how many hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money, they were worn down to the point of settling with the NDIS after an extremely distressing conciliation where their AAT case manager warned, "If you proceed to court, the NDIS will remove Harry from your care." Harry currently has an NDIS plan that is workable and almost adequate for his needs. Marie and her husband have gradually started to implement the supports they have fought for, only to be told now that they must start the whole process again, as Harry is due for a plan review. Marie says that Harry is profoundly disabled and that will never change. Her husband and they provide round-the-clock care for Harry. They get an average of 3 to 4 hours of sleep a night. They monitor his diabetes every 2 hours. They do wound care and continence support, but they say they don't mind. He's our baby and we love him, but we cannot do it alone. Marie's story highlights the broader systemic failings of the NDIS, showing how its processes can undermine the very people it is meant to serve. As Marie says, it's clear that Harry's medical documentation that his disabilities are life-limiting, but instead of spending time with making memories with him and his family, she has to waste her time fighting a David and Goliath battle that consumes and controls their lives. This is a shocking indictment on the NDIS, where pleas for help are met with silence or worse, hostility and apathy. They need to be treated with empathy and respect. Minister, will you initiate a full investigation into this case, including the failings of the NDIS and its employees and legal teams? My predecessor, Dr David Gillespie, and I have written to NDIS ministers on numerous occasions, only to be met with the same apathy that Marie and her family receive. This is an urgent matter, and I ask you to have heart.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The last parliamentary sitting week in September coincided with Women's Health Week. The theme for this year's Women's Health Week was Say Yes to You and was about encouraging women to make their health and wellbeing a priority. Too often, women put their health and wellbeing last. Too often, women's health has been put last by governments. Too often, women's health has been put last or even dismissed by the medical profession or by the education system that trains our future doctors, nurses and allied health professionals. Women's health needs are complex. They are unique. Women are not small men. Women are women who come in all shapes and sizes and who require both an active and meaningful response to their health needs and who deserve a proactive and sustainable approach to their unique health needs. Speaker, in May 2025, I joined the Federal Health Minister and the dedicated and caring staff at Repromed on Fullerton Road in my electorate of Sturt to make critical announcements in relation to women's health. For the first time in 30 years, new categories of contraceptives would be listed on the PBS. That's 30 years, Deputy Speaker. Slinda, a contraceptive that for some women is their only option, would be listed on the PBS, reducing the prohibitive cost of over $300. And we know that thanks to this government's cheaper medicines legislation, that cost will reduce even further to $25 from 1 January 2026. On that same day, it was also announced that Pregovaris, a fertility drug, would be listed on the PBS too, making it more affordable for women and their partners wanting to start or expand their family. Contraceptives and fertility drugs being listed on the same day underscores the unique and complex nature of women's health. Women's health matters. This government knows that women's health is an economic imperative as well as a health imperative. The weekend following the Albanese Labor government's announcement of record investments into women's health led to some great conversations whilst door knocking. Speaker, the announcement was embraced by women and it was embraced by men because, like women, men know that when women are healthy, families are better off. The economy is more productive and there is more contribution to communities and to our country. When women cannot work or cannot work as much as they want or need to because of health issues, productivity suffers and women are disadvantaged. One of the biggest causes of absence from work or reluctance to participate in society is pelvic pain. Pelvic pain is complex, often not caused by just one thing. Factors that lead to pelvic pain are interwoven like a spider's web and take time and investment to untangle. 2 weeks ago, I met with Dr. Alicia Macro, a pelvic pain specialist working at Thrive Family Practice, one of the 22 federal government-funded endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics that have been established under the Albanese Labor government. Dr. Macro explained to me that a holistic, whole-of-person approach is required to identify the causes of and the treatment plan for pelvic pain and endometriosis, ideally supported by a practice nurse
supported by a practice pharmacist and supported by a practice physiotherapy. This takes time, this takes patience, and this takes tenacity, and it takes government support. The approach Dr. Macro and her team take is to do what they can to achieve an efficient and accurate diagnosis, to make sense of symptoms and to put together an individualised plan. Dr. Macro and Thrive's approach work, and this is why they have a 6-month wait list. This is too long. If you can't work, can't function, can't participate in society and live a full and meaningful life because of pelvic pain, like Lucy, a resident of Sturt, who wrote to me about her daughter out of desperation. 6 months is too long. So on 9 February this year, the Australian government announced an expansion of the endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics over 3 years to 2028. The expansion will include funding for 11 new clinics, bringing the total number of clinics nationally to 33. The existing 22 clinics will receive extension of funding to continue to provide specialist care and support. Urgent care clinics, including one soon to be developed in my electorate of Sturt, more medicines, cheaper medicines, funded menopause and perimenopause health assessments, and more pelvic pain and endometriosis clinics so that women don't have to wait years, Deputy Speaker, years for a diagnosis and to start treatment. This government says to women, say yes to you. We will keep listening to you and providing dedicated health services for the benefit of the community.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to question the government today about a critical area of health reform, a national approach to preventive health. For many years, successive governments' approach to health funding have been reactive rather than proactive. State and territory health systems around the country are now dealing with the financial consequences of this, and many are in crisis. Hospitals and emergency departments remain under pressure with too frequent ramping of ambulances and bed block, and surgery wait lists continue to grow. The 5-yearly National Health Reform Agenda to fund hospitals is being renegotiated right now, and state and territory leaders claim that the federal government's proposed funding changes leave them tens of billions of dollars short of agreed-upon public hospital cost-sharing commitments. As our population ages and chronic disease prevalence grows, our demand on the health budget will continue to expand unless something changes. That change must be increased investment in prevention of chronic, non-communicable diseases. It is the key to both better population health outcomes for Australians and to reducing our health expenditure. The National Preventative Health Strategy sets a clear target. 5% of the health budget should be dedicated to prevention by 2030. Despite this, Australia currently only allocates 2% of its health budget to prevention, accounting for roughly 0.02% of the GDP, a fraction of what the UK and Canada dedicate to illness prevention initiatives at 5 to 6% and 7 to 8% respectively. Failing to act comes at a cost both in terms of our health and our wealth. Chronic conditions are the biggest killer in Australia, making up to 85% of the burden of disease and contributing 9 in 10 deaths. Chronic conditions contribute to around 6.4 million hospitalisations per year, 55% of the total, costing the government approximately $82 billion a year. And people with chronic disease are 60% more likely to not participate in the labour force, are less likely to be employed full-time and more likely to be unemployed than those without a chronic disease. In 2024, over 1/3 of the total burden of disease in Australia could have been prevented by reducing exposure to all the modifiable risk factors. Obesity and diabetes in particular have become pressing public health problems in Australia, with rates of obesity having tripled since 1980 and the prevalence of diabetes nearly tripling since 2000. Australia is now among the countries with the highest obesity rates worldwide. Currently,
24% of Australian children are overweight or obese, placing them on a trajectory to chronic disease. Among adults, these figures rise to 63%, revealing a systemic challenge that begins in childhood and compounds over time. This escalating burden underscores the critical importance of prevention as the most effective strategy to halt the rising tide of obesity and related chronic disease. The recommendations of the Parliamentary inquiry into the state of diabetes mellitus in Australia in 2024 called for more diabetes prevention measures, including food labelling, a levy on sugary drinks, and that the Australian government consider regulating the marketing and advertising of unhealthy food to children. The time for action is now, and we have the evidence and the policy frameworks. The cost of inaction is mounting. By increasing investment in preventive health to 5% of health spending, the Australian government can reduce long-term healthcare costs, enhance productivity and improve community health and wellbeing now and for future generations. So my question to the Minister for Health and to the government is this: what is the government doing to ensure Australia is on track to dedicating at least 5% of the health budget to prevention by 2030, as outlined in the National Preventive Health Strategy? And will the government implement the recommendations of the inquiry into diabetes mellitus in Australia, specifically the introduction of a tiered levy on sugar-sweetened beverages and regulating the marketing and advertising of unhealthy food to children? Thank you.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We cannot talk about healthcare without talking about mental health. Every one of us knows someone who has struggled, a relative, a friend, a colleague, perhaps ourselves. Mental health challenges don't discriminate. They affect people in every community, across every age group and across every walk of life. And sadly, for too many, it ends in tragedy. Unfortunately, mental illness has a long history of being stigmatised, misunderstood and treated as less important than our physical health. But the truth is, mental health is just as important. And just as we expect to be able to see a doctor when we're physically unwell, Australians deserve access to high-quality, affordable mental health care when they need it. That's why the Albanese Labor government is investing $1 billion to roll out even more places across Australia so they can go and access free public mental health care backed by Medicare. Every Australian, no matter where they live or what they earn, deserve access to affordable, compassionate care. We know that there are deep structural issues with the current system. We know the workforce shortage is real and the reform won't happen overnight. But we're getting on with the job of fixing it. Our $1 billion mental health package represents the single largest expansion of free public mental health services in our nation's history. It will deliver 31 new and upgraded Medicare mental health centres, free walk-in services where Australians can get their help without a referral or appointment, 20 new youth specialist care centres for young people with complex needs, offering wraparound support, including mental health care, drug and alcohol services and pathways to study and work, and 8 new perinatal mental health centres to support new parents during those early months when life can feel really overwhelming. Of course, none of this works without the people to deliver it. That's why we're creating 1,200 new training places for mental health professionals and peer workers, skilled, compassionate people ready to listen, to support and to care. And that's on top of the additional $361 million over 4 years under our new mental health services in a stronger Medicare package, which includes $163.9 million for a new national early intervention service that anyone can access for free whenever they need it. I'm especially proud that this commitment reaches into my own electorate of Maribyrnong. Today is Headspace Day, and soon young people in Melbourne's northwest will have better access to free wraparound support through a brand new Headspace service in Moonee Valley. The Albanese Labor government is investing $6.2 million over 4 years to establish this service. It's expected to open in the first half of next year. This is all part of a broader $200 million investment to deliver 58 new upgraded or expanded Headspace services across the country. As a child and youth psychologist, I know firsthand how critical early intervention is. It can mean the difference between years of silent struggle or the chance to thrive. That's why I'm a strong advocate for Headspace in Moonee Valley, and why I'm proud to work alongside Minister Butler and Assistant Minister McBride to make it a reality. Deputy Speaker, reforming mental health care is not a one-off task, it's a long-term commitment, one that demands collaboration between governments, the health workforce and those with lived experience. The previous coalition government failed to make the necessary structural investments. They left a system that was fragmented and inaccessible and a workforce stretched to its limit. We're fixing that. We are rebuilding our mental health system that is public, coordinated, equitable, one that delivers for those who need it most. Deputy Speaker, for too long the stigma attached to mental health meant it became a distant second to physical health. The Albanese Labor government is changing that. We are expanding services, rebuilding the workforce and embedding lived experience at the heart of our reform. Because this is what Labor stands for: care, access and equity. No matter your postcode, no matter your paycheck. There's still work to do, but we're delivering the change Australians voted for. A system that they deserve. One that's fairer, kinder, and there when people need it most. No more stigma. No more lives lost. Helping all Australians to live happy, healthy lives. Thanks very much.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. We've heard some good contributions. The member for Mackellar talking about childhood obesity, which is such an important thing, and the member for Maribyrnong talking about mental health. And I thank you both for those contributions and other good and worthwhile contributions made in this important to and fro, because it is a consideration in detail. And I respect the fact that the Assistant Health Minister, the member for Lyons, is in the chamber. I apologise in advance. I have to run off after my contribution because I've got the Georgian ambassador in my office. But it's a shame that the Minister for Health, the actual person who heads up the department, is not here, because I know when the coalition was in government, the senior minister, with all due respect, Assistant Minister, was here to answer questions, to make sure that they returned fire, so to speak, as soon as the questions were asked. And I do hope that you take the questions asked in this chamber back to the Minister so that he can respond in an appropriate time. And I have a few questions, particularly around disability. I'm very, very concerned about the National Disability Insurance Scheme, travel cuts for regional people. And I do want to know why the Minister is not listening to those country people for whom this is a very important topic, such as Patricia and her son Michael Vini of Cowra. Michael's on the NDIS, he's been cut off from some of his supports, his occupational therapy. He is one of the victims of these cost-cutting measures, and it is such a shame. And I want to know what the Minister will do to alleviate the stress and the worry of those families who previously had that NDIS support and the rug has been pulled from under them. And I would like an answer. I can give a more detailed request for that. The Thriving Kids program, previously been a commitment from the government to implement foundational supports, but it hasn't happened. And it really does affect children who continue to be denied access to the NDIS following their 6th birthday, although there are many inconsistencies in the process that make it, I would say, an inequitable process. And this isn't being partisan. This is being just somebody who is caring for these families who are at the end of their tether, and they truly are. And I want to know, why does the Minister announce these programs ad hoc? Because it causes much angst and stress within the disability community, and then there's no support provided for those families when the programs are not then funded. Will the Minister provide clear guidelines for providers and parents to follow? Why is the Minister not able to correctly define autism health categorisations, categories? It is something that is playing out not just in my regional electorate of Riverina, but right throughout Australia. And there's so many children these days afflicted with autism, and it is a big issue in the NDIS space. I mean, 5 minutes doesn't give us time enough to really delve down into the details about autism and what this government is doing to help those NDIS patients. But the NDIS claims they're having conversations, but there have been minimal conversations about supports given to adults in this space, and it's simply not good enough. Aged care reform delay I speak of Sandra Wild of Ardlethan, who is really one of those people who is just beyond. She feels as though the situation is beyond help. She's trying to find an aged care home for her husband. They've been together for 28 years. He's got dementia. It's a sad, sad situation. I don't think the Minister and the Minister for Health and is also responsible for aged care as well and NDIS. I don't think in country areas that aged care is being treated the way it should be. And I know we've got the 24/7 nursing in, and I know the Royal Commission suggested this as a recommendation, but it's having such an impost on those caring facilities that are just trying to keep. They find it hard enough for staff, let alone RNs, to properly meet the commitments that they've been foisted upon them by this government. Why should Sandra sell a house to fund her husband's aged care expenses? And this is a common complaint I'm hearing right throughout the Riverina and elsewhere. The Minister does need to show that he cares about senior citizens by answering these sorts of questions and others. And I haven't got a response back from the Minister's office about the 2 letters I've sent from Coolum Shire, which they've got an aged care facility, Alloa Lodge, wonderful facility, but they're doing their best under limited circumstances. And the Medicare card situation, it's a situation where people, they can't just provide their Medicare card and get the services in country areas. It's a falsehood.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I now call the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think undoubtedly all of us want people across a country to be able to access the services they deserve, whether it's healthcare or as a health professional being supported to deliver their care to patients. I thank all members for their contributions, particularly those on this side who've spoken about some of the excellent measures contained in the budget and the support that's providing to Australians. But I also want to talk about some of the contributions from the other side. And Australians should never forget that the Coalition wanted Australians to pay more to see a GP. When they were in government, they called the Medicare system unsustainable. They said, and I quote, "While many Australians already contribute to the cost of a visit to their GP, from the 1st of July next year, the government will ask all Australians to contribute to their own healthcare costs." They announced the end of bulk billing when the Coalition was in government, but now they conveniently very much forget their own history. But we will never forget. Australians will never forget. And I think that we can see that from the outcome of this election, that Australians know that Labor can be trusted with Medicare. This election was a vote for Labor to continue to strengthen Medicare, and that is what we'll get on and deliver. We have seen bulk billing increase in every state and territory. The Albanese Labor government has had the 3 largest Medicare rebate increases in history. We've delivered that, and now we're making the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago. By 2030, this will mean 18 million additional bulk billing visits each year. 9 in 10 visits are free and bulk billed to see a GP. Around 4,800 GP practices will be fully bulk billed, which is triple the current number, and $859 million will be saved by Australian patients every single year. Now that is something to be proud of. Compare that to the Coalition. When the Honourable Member Susan Lee was Health Minister, she increased Medicare rebates by how much? 0. Absolutely not a single dollar increase in the Medicare rebate. We heard the Coalition talking about bulk billing. It was in free fall under them. They claimed that it came from a high of 88%. That is completely misleading, and it's not just me saying that. Deputy Speaker, that's the College of General Practitioners who said that bulk billing was in free fall and at a tipping point under the former government. The previous government likes to inflate their bulk billing figures by relying on massive numbers of COVID-related bulk billing during the pandemic, like PCR swab tests and vaccines, and they try to fudge their figures by magically producing a bulk billing figure of 88% on the eve of the 2022 election. How politically convenient. And now they use that as a point in time to compare bulk billing figures today. And I'm proud that bulk billing numbers are increasing, and every state and territory across the country has seen an increase in bulk billing. That is good for patients. And from the 1st of November this year, we're going to see a further increase in bulk billing rates across the country. Again, good for the hip pocket of Australians needing to see their GP. So talk about spin from the opposition. How about we talk about the facts? Labor is proud of our investment in Medicare. We created it, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have made record investments in health and healthcare, and I will talk about some of those in addition to what my colleagues have in the time I have. More bulk billing. We've seen more Medicare urgent care clinics. We promised to deliver 50 at the last election in 2022. We delivered 87. And at this election, we committed to build another 50, and I'm proud that already we've seen some of those come online. We committed to deliver more doctors and more nurses, and we've made a $617 million investment in this budget that will see more Australians accessing a health professional closer to where they live. We've seen an increase in the number of graduates we've seen who are participating in our medical programs through our university, a record number this year, and that's built on the back of a record number last year, and I'm hopeful we'll see a record number again next year. More doctors and more nurses. Cheaper medicines, Madam Deputy Speaker, and from the 1st of January, cheaper again. The cost of a script on the PBS will be just $25. We haven't seen a cost like that since 2004, delivered by this government. More choice, lower costs and better healthcare for women, with our record investment in the women's health package of nearly $800 million. That is proving to deliver much better outcomes already, cheaper medicines, access to more therapies for women right across this country, including investments in our pelvic pain clinics, and more investment in mental health with $1 billion committed, which is the largest ever increase that we've seen in this country's history. People can trust Labor when it comes to their health. They can trust that we'll invest in Medicare and strengthen it, and I'm proud of this budget.
Thank you. In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on the 7th of October 2025, I put the question that the proposed expenditure for health and disability and ageing portfolio be agreed to. All in favour say aye. Aye. All against, no. I think the ayes have it. The question is agreed to. The proposed expenditure now before the Federation Chamber is for the Prime Minister and Cabinet portfolio, $2,003,277,000. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to. And I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In its 4th year of government, we see a Prime Minister who set high expectations for Australian women, expanding the office for women, all the while introducing new processes and new bureaucracy. This is what it has been about for the government. The Prime Minister is committed to glossy publications around the impacts of its budget more broadly, but the government's failure to rein in overall spending and a failure to protect future generations from the intergenerational debt burden is the actual reality. There remain stubborn gaps for Australian women: the gender pay gap, the unpaid care gap, the housing gap, the superannuation gap, and what is an emerging HECS debt gap, whereby more women are graduating from university but are taking longer to pay back their student loans than their male counterparts. Against this backdrop, Labor always looks to what it knows. It knows how to to add additional bureaucracy, to reward union coffers and to spend more of your money, to leave a debt for future generations. What we don't see in this year's Women's Budget Statement is an investment in women in business, including women in entrepreneurship, women in micro and small business. About 35% of small businesses are owned or led by women. These women deserve attention too. Women-led businesses care about small business support, about fair taxes, about rising energy and supply costs, and how running a business should be unhindered by government regulations. Small businesses are frankly going backwards under the Albanese Labor government. There's a hollowing out of small businesses in our towns, suburbs and cities. My electorate of Lindsay is home to outstanding women in business, like Gina Field, whose business was named Global Company of the Year at the Women Changing the World Awards, and Jess Jenkins, who's re-energising the nighttime economy by heading up the Valley Entertainment Precinct. However, soaring costs, red tape and the state government's cut to the Business Connect program are making it harder for local female-led businesses to thrive. There are 33,500 fewer employing small businesses than when Labor came to office. Within large businesses, we see women's leadership also flatlining, sitting stubbornly low. The Chief Executive Women's Senior Executive Census 2025 shows there remains just 27 women CEOs in the ASX 300 and 80% of CEO pipeline roles are held by men. 1/4 of companies in the ASX 300 actually went backwards this year, in women's representation. We know from research undertaken by McCrindle that Gen Z might be our most entrepreneurial generation yet. 86% of Gen Z want to work in something they start themselves. But we don't see Labor backing business, backing entrepreneurs, backing women in business in this budget. When will the minister see women also as business owners and entrepreneurs? Will the minister commit to working with business, women and business owners to reduce the barriers to success for them? Finally, if a measure of success of a society is to look at the most vulnerable, we must keep focusing collectively on violence against women and the shadow it casts over all of our efforts. The latest ABS crime statistics for 2024 show sexual violence is getting worse. Between 2022 and 2024, sexual assaults rose 17%, and notably, family violence, homicides and related offences nearly 65%. In 2024, there were 99 women who died from family and domestic-related homicide. We stand ready to support the Prime Minister to better address the drivers of violence and to get the funding it promised out the door quicker. Prime Minister, why are there still unacceptable rates of violence against women? You have our commitment to work with your government constructively on any efforts to address this national shame. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the proposed expenditure be put, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am proud to speak on this appropriations bills on the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, which is an essential part of the public service. It's a public service that I was proud to work in for over a decade before becoming a lawyer, and there will always be those who deride the public service, including, sadly, some of those on the opposite side of this chamber. But I know that the public service is an institution that is filled with hard-working, dedicated public servants with deep expertise and commitment to serving the Australian people. The Albanese Labor government recognises and respects that the public service makes up the bulk of the executive arm of government and is essential to the delivery of policies of governments of any persuasion. That is why I welcome the Albanese Labor government's commitment to rebuilding and strengthening the Australian public service. The latest APS employee census is proof that our commitment is delivering results. It shows a stronger, more resilient public service, one that is engaged, innovative and focused on delivering better outcomes for Australians. These results demonstrate that when we invest in people and systems, we build a service that is confident in its purpose, proud of its work and better equipped to serve the community. Staff are reporting stronger motivation, improved wellbeing and greater confidence in their agencies. Public servants overwhelmingly express their willingness to go above and beyond in their roles, share a deep belief in the mission and goals of their organisations and feel confident to do their jobs with honesty and integrity. Deputy Speaker, I know from personal experience and from friends who work in the public service that when the Albanese Labor government came to power, it was like a breath of fresh air to the public service. Jobs that have been outsourced to labour hire firms were converted into secure, permanent roles. In the Department of Home Affairs, where I worked, a number of jobs in the essential translating and interpreting service that provide translating services for migrants and refugees who visit their doctor, who visit government services, were converted into full-time, secure roles. Staffing shortages, which had festered for years, which resulted in delays for essential services, were finally addressed. And most importantly, when the Albanese Labor government came to power, public servants felt valued by their government again. Years of underinvestment by the coalition governments resulted in backlogs, delays and even the disastrous robo-debt scheme. We can see the turnaround most clearly in frontline services. Between April and June this year, Services Australia processed 4.2 million Medicare and Centrelink claims and handled over 10 million calls. Extra staff brought in by this government have helped clear backlogs that grew during the pandemic and cut processing times dramatically. Paid parental leave claims now take just 3 days, down from 20 days. That's 7 times faster. Childcare subsidy claims take out 8 days, down from 21, 3 times faster. Family tax benefit new claims take 8 days, down from 40, 5 days faster. When this government took office, it inherited a backlog of more than 42,000 veterans' claims. Some veterans had been waiting over 2 years before their cases were even assessed. This did not happen by chance. It was a direct consequence of years of staff caps and neglect under the Coalition. When I visited the Box Hill RSL during the election campaign, I heard from veterans the effect of the delays in processing their claims and how they felt undervalued by their governments. And it is a shameful way to treat people who have served their country. Today, that picture has changed. 97% of those claims have now been cleared, and what once took more than 100 days is now being allocated in just a fortnight. The message is simple. When governments fail to invest in a public service, it is everyday Australians who pay the price. At the last election, the Coalition made no secret of its priorities. They put forward a plan to cut 36,000 public service jobs, reducing the workforce by 20%. What they chose to label as unnecessary spending is, in truth, a foundation of essential services that Australians rely on every day. When a baby is born, it is Services Australia that issues the first Medicare card and processes parental leave. When a young person starts their first job, they rely on the ATO to make sure they get their tax file number. Every year, public servants process 121 million Centrelink and Medicare claims, manage aged cares, regulate NDIS and process passports. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In its fourth year of government, a distracted Anthony Albanese has failed to deliver for Indigenous Australians. Labor is dodging accountability when it comes to practical support for Indigenous Australians. And for the first time in 17 years, Labor's deliberately evading the scrutiny of a standalone Senate estimates hearing for cross-portfolio Indigenous matters. Aided and abetted by the Greens, the decision to cancel the cross-portfolio sittings for both Indigenous matters and Murray-Darling plan matters speaks to the hubris that Labor now displays. It's actively undermined transparency and accountability in the areas where Australians deserve the highest standards of both. The $300 million Better, Safer Future for Central Australia plan has made Central Australia neither better nor safer. The Albanese government allowed alcohol restrictions to lapse in the Northern Territory in 2023, unleashing havoc on Central Australia and requiring millions in expenditure to respond to it. Labor fuelled access to alcohol, drugs and gambling through the removal of the cashless debit card in 2022. The Office of the Registrar of Indigenous Corporations database reveals, as at 4 October, 1,162 Indigenous organisations, many of which receive Commonwealth funding, have failed to fulfil their reporting requirements for the 2023-24 financial year. Despite these concerns, the Registrar has downplayed the issue. The government has failed to consistently enforce mandatory minimum requirements under the Indigenous procurement policy for government contracts. According to the Australian National Audit Office, only 1 in 5 government contracts is monitored for compliance with the Indigenous procurement policy, and only a quarter of those are compliant. Australians have been hit with a $730,000 bill for the First Nations ambassadors' travel expenses across just 2 years. The Prime Minister is spending millions of dollars of taxpayer money, and what does he have to show for it? Zero accountability, zero outcomes, and zero improvement for the lives of Indigenous Australians. Will the Albanese government commit to the highest standards for funding organisations which deliver the services Indigenous Australians need? Will the Albanese government commit to restoring the Senate estimates hearing for cross-portfolio Indigenous matters for the remainder of this term? Turning up at Garma Festival in East Arnhem Land in August, the PM even used his speaking notes from the year before on economic empowerment and dodged taking any questions from the press before jetting back out. Let me be clear. We value the Indigenous-led business sector, which contributed more than $16 billion to the national economy in 2022. However, on economic empowerment, the Prime Minister is bringing together service providers and advocates rather than business and enterprise. As the CEO of the NT Indigenous Business Network wrote in an opinion piece last week, Let's be clear, on what planet do we think black economic development can happen? The Coalition will hold the government to account on its economic empowerment plan, led by our Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator Karen Little. Senator Little, with her own background working in and supporting Indigenous businesses, will be shining a spotlight on the government actions, ensuring economic empowerment is grounded in business and growth, creating real jobs and devoid of symbolism. The evidence in the July 2025 Closing the Gap data report paints a stark picture of no meaningful change. 4 targets already going backwards continue to worsen. Adult incarceration, children commencing school developmentally on track, children in out-of-home care and suicide. Of the 19 targets, just 4 are on track, 1 less than last year. Compared to the previous coalition government, youth detention is up 11%, suicide is up 9.4%, adult incarceration is up 3.5%, preschool attendance is down 2.6%, and 1.2% fewer children are commencing school developmentally on track. Will the Albanese government commit to focusing on tangible outcomes for Indigenous Australians so that together we can close the gap on Indigenous disadvantage?
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to affirm the essential work of the Office for Women within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, which exists to advance gender equality across every part of government. The Office for Women exists to ensure that every new policy, every Cabinet submission and every national priority is viewed through a gender lens. And it's working, because since Labor came to office, we have embedded gender-responsive budgeting across the public service. We've brought back the Women's Budget Statement, and we're delivering policy reform that recognises and corrects the structural inequalities that women face every single day. Deputy Speaker, we don't pretend that one department can solve gender inequality alone. That's why the Office for Women works across government to influence, shape and advocate for policies that make a tangible difference in the lives of women. Since May 2022, this government has delivered over $9 billion in targeted measures to improve outcomes for women, not as an add-on, not as an afterthought, but as core government policy. We are funding women's safety with $4 billion in investments to end gender-based violence and $3.9 billion in legal assistance. We have legislated 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. We are implementing every single recommendation of the Respect at Work report, and we have legislated a positive duty on employers to actively prevent harassment. And we are reforming the justice system so that victim survivors of sexual violence are no longer re-traumatised by the very institutions meant to protect them. Deputy Speaker, we also know that economic inequality is gender inequality. Women still do the majority of unpaid care. They are overrepresented in low-paid, insecure work, and they retire with far less superannuation than men. But Labor is changing that story. We've made childcare cheaper. We've expanded paid parental leave, and we are paying superannuation on parental leave for the first time ever. We've delivered fairer tax cuts. 90% of women are better off under our plan. Women are earning $255 more per week than in 2022, and we've lifted the minimum wage, which helps those in sectors like aged care, early childhood education and health. This is how we close the gender pay gap, and under Labor, it's now at its lowest point on record. Deputy Speaker, we also need to challenge the idea that certain jobs belong to men. Right now, only 21% of occupations are gender balanced. Women are still vastly underrepresented in trades, construction and technical roles. And that's not because of capability, it's because of outdated exclusionary systems and stereotypes that push women out before they even get started. Well, Labor is dismantling those barriers. Through free TAFE, we've seen an 80% increase in women entering male-dominated apprenticeships and a 115% rise in women training as electricians. Almost 60% of free TAFE students are women. The data is clear, it's working. These are jobs with dignity, security and decent pay, and women belong in every single one of them. Deputy Speaker, this year's Women's Budget Statement also highlights our $792 million investment in women's health, with dedicated endometriosis clinics, expanded menopause support, cheaper reproductive health care and new Medicare items that acknowledge women's distinct health needs. Deputy Speaker, we are now seeing the results of Labor's focus on women and the Office for Women's hard work. According to the 2025 Global Gender Gap Report, Australia has now risen 11 places in the global rankings to 13th out of 148 countries, our highest result ever. Under the coalition government, we had dropped to a shameful 50th. That was the cost of their indifference and many times, outright disdain for women. Deputy Speaker, last year we celebrated 50 years of the Office for Women that was established by the Whitlam government. It was created by the belief that gender should never determine a person's safety, salary or sense of belonging. We fund a public service that knows gender matters. And today, on the anniversary of former Prime Minister Julia Gillard's misogyny speech, we reaffirm our commitment that not now, not ever, will be lectured by men about sexism or misogyny in this place, because we and the Labor Party are here to end it. Thank you.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I call the member for Monash.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In the fourth year of his government, we see a Prime Minister who says he's focused on delivering for all Australians and repaying and rebuilding the trust they placed in his government at the election. We have a Prime Minister who also says that much of the economic opportunities our nation have begin in regional Australia. The politest thing I can muster about these empty platitudes is that Mallee is a long way from Marrickville. I'm here to speak and ask questions on behalf of the people of Monash, about whom the Prime Minister has disappointed and ultimately left feeling let down by a government that doesn't understand them, nor their aspirations for themselves, their families, their community and their businesses. Today, in the Parliament, we are considering the appropriation bills. These provide the authority for the federal government to spend your money on what has been budgeted for and what has been promised since. Budgets and spending are ultimately revealing of the priorities of a government. And what the people of Monash have seen from this Prime Minister is a man who has all of the wrong priorities. Having reviewed his budget and all of his promises, I ask the Prime Minister, is he spending for the future prosperity of all Australians, including those I have the honour of representing, or is he spending only for the future prosperity of his own Prime Ministership? Budgets are a helpful way to assess the performance of a federal government because they are very real and direct in the consequences they have for families, small businesses, farmers, volunteers and sporting clubs in my electorate of Monash. I ask the Prime Minister, can he tell anyone in my electorate of Monash that they are better off under his government than before they were 3.5 long years ago? This government is not doing a good job, and that is showing up locally. From the power station worker tax so high, there is a disincentive to take on some extra weekend overtime because there's literally no reward for effort. To all of the farmers who are forgotten and the volunteer organisations regulated to the ends of the earth. These things matter in Monash. From Wonthaggi to Mallee, Druin to Curramborough, Inverloch to Cowes, Leongatha to Warrigal. People are raising the human consequences of the government's mismanagement of our economy every day of the week with me. Beyond just my electorate of Monash, Australians are not thriving. In fact, many are suffering right now. We have never been less united. We have never been more divided. I ask the Prime Minister, can he tell anyone in Monash that they are members of a stronger community today than before this government came to office? Deputy Chair, recently the Australian newspaper revealed that a child sex offender, anonymised in court records as Hillary Maloney, received a sentence of 4 years and 9 months with a non-parole period of 2.5 years. Maloney was arrested for filming the abuse of a girl inside a Melbourne home in 2023, producing 77 separate files of child abuse material. This is the most horrendous offending. This is about a 5-year-old child victim whom we are talking about, who will wear these scars for the rest of her life. As Anthony Galloway in The Australian reported, while Maloney was convicted of 1 state charge and 2 Commonwealth offences, the production and transmission of child abuse material, the Commonwealth charges together attracted a sentence of just 6 months. 6 months. The Coalition has offered the government the opportunity to fix this with draft legislation, to make sure it never happens again. The Shadow Attorney-General, my colleague Julian Leeser, wrote to the Attorney-General. He said, "We have an opportunity to act at the Commonwealth level to prevent similar outcomes in respect of Commonwealth child sex offences." Mr Leeser's bill would have included mandatory sentences of 5 years for the production and transmission of child abuse material. I ask the Prime Minister, can he tell anyone in Monash that they are safer today than before this government came to office? Now, Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister offered cheaper power prices and he's let us down on that as well. Australians deserve better.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to. I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to be speaking today on the Albanese Government's agenda for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. Indigenous public policy is a complex space, and it is one rooted in history and context. I do not shy away from the fact, and I think it was interesting sitting here and listening to the new member for McPherson and to hear his ignorance or to be sprouting misinformation, particularly on areas in the Northern Territory where he was talking about the budget. Maybe he needs to get a history lesson of what happened in the Northern Territory and 10 years under the Morrison Liberal government and the lack of funding that went towards particularly places in Central Australia, but in the Northern Territory for 10 years was starved under the Liberal government. I spent a lot of my professional life working in this area and often at the coalface of government policy and witnessing firsthand its impact on a lot of our remote communities. From that vantage point, I can see the challenges facing a lot of our remote communities across the nation, which are vast, they're complex, but they're also structural, and it takes a concerted effort from all levels of government to address them. And I know, and I was listening to the member for Bonner where she talked about with women's policy, how it needs to be, that policy needs to be across government. It's the same with Indigenous affairs and Indigenous policy. It needs to be not pigeonholed in one area because our communities, our people are sick of being pigeonholed. It needs an answer from right across government so that these intractable issues, Deputy Speaker, which we are seeing that communities confront all the time, can finally be the responsibility of ministers and the government. And I applaud the Prime Minister and all of our government ministers, but in particular our Minister for Indigenous Australians, who's putting her shoulder to the wheel and who knows what needs to be done. So good on the Labor Cabinet and government who sees that there needs to be a whole of government effort working in this area to try and close the gap and make a difference to Aboriginal people out in the bush. One of the centrepieces, and we took our push to a lot of the remote communities through the election, Deputy Speaker, was the low-cost essential subsidy scheme. I want to commend the Minister for National Indigenous Australians and her agency and Outback Stores for their policy work in the rollout of this scheme. It seeks to reduce the cost of living for people in remote First Nation communities by lowering the price of 30 essential items, and such things as pasta, rice, tinned vegetables, canned fruit, nappies, soap and toilet paper. Very basic essential items, but have certainly made a huge difference to people when they're going into those stores and purchasing those items. We're saying 30, but really, in fact, it's about 160 items. And I can tell you, going around a lot of the remote communities, Deputy Speaker, people, it is making a difference to families. It is making a difference to how people are eating, but also changing changing the way people are investing their money and buying those foods. So this has been really good. About 100 remote stores have signed up to this subsidy and it is being positively received. The other program that has been rolled out is the Remote Jobs Employment Development Program, which was the old CDP. That is certainly, we've begun the hard work of rectifying this and rebuilding a remote employment program. In a lot of areas in my electorate where jobs are hard to come by, we're finally seeing a lot of young people engaged in full-time jobs, and that's often good, because if we can stop a young person from ending up in the justice system but being out on their community, working full-time and being productive, that is a good thing, Deputy Speaker. So, you know, the store program, the jobs program, the huge investment into Central Australia, you know, I have to, the government, there is so much more that the Labor government has invested in the Northern Territory. They are only 3 small areas, but they are big areas that will certainly make a difference to those communities, on top of the $4.2 billion Housing and Homelands program, which is the biggest investment of any federal government into the Northern Territory. Thank you.
I thank the member. In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on the 7th of October 2025, I put the question that the proposed expenditure for the Prime Minister and Cabinet portfolio be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? No, I think the ayes have it. Is it the wish of the Federation Chamber to take the remainder of the bill as a whole? All of those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. The question is that the remainder of the bill agreed to is agreed. Sorry. The question is that the remainder of the bill be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. The bill has been agreed to. The question is that the bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Appropriation Bill number 2, 2025-26, second reading.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on the 7th of October 2025, I put the question immediately. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Do I go? All those in favour say aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. The question now is that the bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say... I didn't read the... Oh, apologies. I'll go to the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for certain expenditure and for related purposes.
The question now is that the bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2025-2026, second reading.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on the 7th of October 2025, I will put the question immediately. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for expenditure in relation to the parliamentary departments and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? No, I think the ayes have it. And I call the member for Menzies.
Yes, Member for Menzies. I move that the Federation Chamber adjourn, or some words to those effects. I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, no notes.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Braddon.
Speaker. The Alveston Simplot processing plant provides the French fries that you'll get if you go to a McDonald's outlet anywhere in Australia except New South Wales. There is also the other fast food, takeaway shops, restaurants, etc. that are supplied by Simplot Alveston. Simplot is one of 2 French fry processors in Tasmania, the other being the McCain's plant at Smithton. Both of these are in the electorate of Braddon. Simplot Alveston was where I commenced my working life back in 1979 and worked there for 11 years. It was then known as Edge or Birdseye. The Alveston factory supports around 400 direct jobs, a significant number of growers from right across the northwest and northeast of Tasmania, as well as the hundreds of other jobs such as shipping, transport and logistics, carton providers, etc., and the list just goes on. Many, many employees right across the spectrum. The workers who work at the factory support the small businesses right across the region when they purchase goods and services from them. Growers from right across the electorate and beyond are in the process of negotiating with Simplot for the next terms of their agreement in terms of providing their product to the factory. In 2007, the growers through TasFarmers Potato Negotiating Committee worked with Simplot and agreed on a gross margin return. In 2019, farmers raised with Simplot the issue of escalating costs, and Simplot agreed the differential margin this was based on a cost-based contract model plus a margin. During COVID, the growers agreed to continue to supply on the cost-based model and supported Simplot with enough potatoes to ensure the supply of French fries, as it was difficult to get them from anywhere else, as we know, during COVID. During previous negotiations, the Grower Committee have negotiated with Simplot Australia's local management. The negotiations are now managed from the United States under a global procurement model, a very different model than what they've done before. The change has been significant. Simplot have walked away from the previous methodology of pricing with the growers and have offered, if you can call that, a 6% cut, which reduces the margin to the grower to somewhere around 40%. The growers have told me that this increase in input costs, diesel, fertiliser, etc., they cannot sustain a price cut and have, of course, rejected the offer. The price of a serve of fries from McDonald's have increased by around 14%, and from that $5 serve of French fries, the farmer gets just 11 cents. Given this small amount the growers receive as a proportion of the final price of the product, it's not unreasonable that they get a fair return for their product. Simplot negotiators have compared the unit cost with production from India and have told the growers if they don't accept the offer of the price cut, they will close the factory and import the product from India. This opens up all sorts of questions regarding biosecurity, food security and food handling methods compared to products that are produced right here in Australia. The growers are, of course, angry and disappointed about how they're being treated with the actions of Simplot after years of having a strong relationship. On Thursday last week, growers fired up their tractors to raise the issue of price cuts and the growing pressure from cheap imports. They travelled from all over Tasmania to Deloraine to raise their concerns. It's time now for the growers to be planting their crops. They need to get them in the ground ready to start the harvest when the factory recommences in around January with the new crops. Farmers, like everyone, are committed to mortgages, wages and loans on their equipment. Simplot have said, we remain focused on a sustainable outcome that supports the long-term viability of local farming and the broader industry. If this is really the case, then Simplot should come back to the negotiating table and they should negotiate in good faith with the growers who have supported them over many years with good quality product and a good working relationship. So I call on Simplot, both the local management but also the management from the USA, to sit down around the table with the growers who have supported them, who have been in a good relationship with them for many, many years, and put a fair price on the table so that the growers can continue to get on with what they're doing and grow the potatoes that Simplot needs.
I thank the member. Before I move to the next speaker, when the member for Menzies moved the motion to adjourn the Federation Chamber, I neglected to call for a seconder. Does the member for Herbert second the motion?
I second the motion.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, I went to the launch of a beautiful new book called Ningaloo. And this book was written by Tim Winton and illustrated by Cindy Lane, who are both Perth locals. And the book celebrates this unique part of the world that holds a special place in the hearts of so many Western Australians. And the event reminded me just how deeply engaged our community is when it comes to our oceans. In Curtin, people feel a profound connection to the Indian Ocean. For many of us, it shapes our lives, our environment and our identity. Our oceans are fundamental to life in Australia. They form a crucial part of our national story and underpin much of our economy, supporting shipping, fishing, tourism, renewable energy production and more. But despite their importance, we're not doing enough to protect their biodiversity and beauty. Over the past 3 years, I've received more than 500 emails and letters from constituents worried about our lack of action on ocean conservation. So many Australians were shocked by David Attenborough's Blue Planet documentary, exposing the reality of overfishing, bottom trawling and exploitation in the world's oceans. In international waters, beyond national jurisdictions, only 1% of our oceans are currently protected, just 1%. And nearly 1 in 10 global marine species are at risk of extinction. That's astounding. And now, as a handful of companies and countries push to mine the deep sea, these issues are only becoming more urgent. The government has made some important commitments, but commitments are only worthwhile if they're followed by action. There are 4 areas where the government must shift to action and time is running out. And these are not new policies, they're about living up to promises that have already been made. And the first area is the Global Oceans Treaty. Now, this treaty establishes a legal mechanism to protect areas in international waters, which make up half the Earth's surface. Without it, there's no clear way of preventing over-exploitation that destroys marine life and habitats. The great news is just last week the treaty reached the milestone of 60 ratifications, and this means it will officially enter into force in January, and that's a huge step forward for the world's oceans. But here's the disappointment. Australia has still not ratified it. Despite signing, committing to ratify, co-chairing the preparatory commission and even advocating for others to ratify, we are not yet on the list of countries that have followed through. And if Australia wants to be seen as a leader in ocean conservation, we must do our part. If we don't, we risk undermining both our international credibility and our regional leadership in the Indo-Pacific. I, along with other crossbench colleagues, have written to the Minister calling for urgent ratification, and I repeat that call today. Ratifying the Global Ocean Treaty must be a priority. The second area is ensuring that at least 30% of Australia's oceans are highly protected from extraction by 2030. Australia signed up to this global target in 2022, and we now have marine parks covering 52% of our waters. But many of these so-called parks allow mining or commercial fishing. In reality, only 24% of Australia's oceans are highly protected, and 2/3 of those are far from mainland Australia, around remote territories and islands. We need genuine protection for 30% of our oceans, with sanctuaries and no-take zones that actually safeguard biodiversity, including around our mainland coasts. The third area is protecting Scott Reef from Woodside's Browse gas project. Last term, I tabled a petition with nearly 500,000 signatures on it, calling for protection of Scott Reef. Now, this reef is a jewel of biodiversity, home to pygmy blue whales, endangered turtles and countless other species. If we allow Scott Reef to be sacrificed to gas expansion, our government's rhetoric on ocean conservation will ring hollow. This is a test of genuine commitment. And the fourth area is plastics and packaging reform. We know how much plastic damages our oceans and waterways. They break down into microplastics, pollute habitats and devastate marine life. If we're serious about protecting our oceans, we cannot ignore the waste streams flowing into them. Packaging reform and plastics reduction must be a key priority for Minister Watt in the new year. And this means strong regulation to drive down single-use plastics and a transition to sustainable alternatives. I commend the government for the words it has spoken about protecting our oceans, but words need to become actions. We must ratify the treaty, protect 30% of our oceans, save Scott Reef from gas expansion and reduce plastics at the source. The oceans cannot speak for themselves. It's up to us.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I rise to share the concern and disappointment of my community at Australia Post's decision to close the post office at the Bellstreet Mall in West Heidelberg. Residents are very worried, rightly so, about how this will affect their daily lives and their access to essential services. And I am particularly concerned about the fact that there hasn't been consultation from Australia Post before they're making this decision. And of course, I am concerned about the impact this is going to have on the community. This closure will restrict access to important services such as parcel collection, PO boxes, banking, those everyday services that community members expect from their local post office. Its closure will be disruptive. It will be difficult for residents who rely on it the most. And that includes people who are elderly, who have challenges with mobility, people for whom the option of just going to another nearby post office, and I should point out the nearest post offices to this one are more than 1 kilometre away. It is just not an option for those people to get themselves there. So for many of these people, it is more than just a post office. It's an essential service that does support their daily life and their business activity. And I'm really aware of the crucial role that Australia Post and its post offices play in providing this community service, in providing a service to people with disability, older residents, others who may find it difficult to access services online or in a further away place. I've certainly raised these concerns directly with Australia Post. I have requested that they reconsider their decision and I've met with them to discuss that and options for the future. I really do urge Australia Post to reconsider their decision to close the West Heidelberg Post Office. This is an essential service for the local community. It deserves to continue. The community in West Heidelberg deserves to have this essential service. Local people have been telling me this themselves. The response to my petition calling for the post office, which I've only had open for a couple of weeks, already has more than 300 people who have signed onto it. So there is a real recognition in this community about the value of this local service. Deputy Speaker, I'm particularly concerned and I think dismayed by this decision, given that there is currently major investment going into this area of 3081 from all levels of government. The Belbardia housing estate, which is currently being rebuilt with support from both the federal and state Labor governments, sits right outside this area. In fact, there'll be 104 new homes just on the doorstep of where this post office is being closed. Nearby, there are 307 new homes being built on Bell Street, Ivanhoe, 25 more planned in Belfield nearby, funded through our Housing Australia Future Fund. In fact, 3081 is one of the fastest growing communities in my electorate, with new families and residents taking advantage of the proximity to the city, of good local shops and our medical precinct in Heidelberg. Planned local infrastructure upgrades, such as the new community pavilion at Shelley Park in Heidelberg Heights, which is being funded by our government, are further strengthening this community. So there's investment going in, there are people going in. It does not make sense for Australia Post to be dropping this service that those local people continue to depend on. It runs absolutely counter to the broader commitment that I have, that I know my state colleague, Anthony Carbines, the member for Ivanhoe, has, that I know the local council has as well to this very important area. Locals have, as I said, been conveying their disappointment to me. Leanne from Heidelberg Heights shared with me that there are many elderly and disabled residents that utilise this post office. Most are unable to travel further to other post offices. I myself have a disability. To close this post office will be unfair and discriminatory towards the community. Bernadette from Heidelberg West says, the community of Heidelberg West needs this post office. It will be devastating to the businesses in the Mallee if it closes. Elizabeth from Belfield is very disappointed. This is our closest post office. They've removed a post box on Oriole Road a couple of years ago. There's nothing in walking distance now. And I have also been advocating to Australia Post around the restoration of red post boxes, of which quite a few have disappeared in my electorate. I do want to thank Mayor Liz Neely, Councillor Mary O'Kane, Banyule Council and State Member Anthony Carbines, as I said, who have joined me in asking Australia Post to reconsider this decision, to recognise how important this service is. I've heard from the community, I've heard from businesses in the Mal. We do want this post office to remain open.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In my view, the imperative to scrap net zero is that the policies that are flowing from that commitment are economically catastrophic. Indeed, in my seat of Forrest, we've become ground zero for Labor's net zero nonsense. We can't criticise the terrible policies of Labor's net zero agenda while supporting the same goal, because we don't have a credible alternative plan. So doing so is like being committed to climbing a mountain, criticising the path to the summit, but having no map for an alternative path. Ultimately, you are still committed to arriving at the same mad summit, no matter the cost. People have put to me that because my seat was targeted by the Teal movement last election, that I should be a real progressive on this, but frankly, that's utter nonsense. I was elected because my electorate is becoming ground zero for the damaging impacts of the government's net zero agenda, and locals could see that I'd stand up for them against being steamrolled by Canberra. From fighting the proposal to develop offshore wind in our pristine Geograph Bay, which is a peculiar form of economic madness for a state with as many sources of cheap, clean and consistent energy as Western Australia, to giving voice to the local small businesses being whacked by huge energy price increases, I managed to survive the national Liberal wipeout by being a strong and independently minded leader for my electorate. If opposing the policies of higher prices and higher taxes on everything under the badge of net zero cost me my political future, then that is a hill that I will die on. I stood for Parliament because I wanted to help shape a bolder, braver and more bountiful nation. And Labor's policies are undermining all three by enforcing a relative energy poverty on the Australian people. In WA, residential consumers have been shielded from the true cost of their power and energy for decades, but our small businesses are the canaries in the coal mine, which is an ironic expression given how hell-bent the Labor Party are on closing coal mines. The Mile Up Strip produces more than 10% of the state's vegetables, and the producers there have experienced 50% increases in their power bills from one contract to the next. One particular farmer asked me where he'd find the extra $400,000 a year to pay for the power price hike, given the reputation that Coles and Woolworths have for squeezing farmers. I don't think it's an unreasonable question. It's now likely he'll sell the farm, which is multi-generational, to the next international property developer that comes sniffing, further undermining our food security. Bannister Downs is an iconic WA dairy business that has grown into a successful internationally exporting business under Sue Daubney's leadership, and yet she stood up at the recent WA Dairy Conference and told the room that her power bills have doubled since 2022. Who do you think pays for these farmers' power price hikes? In a cost of living crisis, it's imperative that the Liberal Party explains to voters that the Labor Party's policies are even making their food more expensive. I don't recall anyone suggesting more expensive food for all Australians being a great election-winning strategy, and yet this is the madness that remaining subscribed to Labor's net zero requires. Almost every business on the planet has people costs, energy costs and compliance costs. We want high people costs in Australia because we want well-paid and meaningful jobs for Australians. But if we also have higher and higher energy costs, as well as more and more regulatory red tape and cost burden, how on earth can our businesses compete internationally? Albanese's future made in Australia is seeing nothing built in our country without taxpayer subsidies, and this must end if we are to stop robbing the next generation of their prosperity to pay for our debt. It isn't the Australian way to give your kids to give your credit card to your kids to pay, and yet that is exactly what this Prime Minister is doing.
In 2021, I was quoted in The Australian as saying, "However, we must not be conned into the smoke and mirrors of a grandiose target without a plan." In the years since, it has become clear to me that the net zero agenda is a con and that no realistic plan has been put forward to support it, because this government cannot answer the one simple question that I think Australians deserve an answer to. How much will this cost? How much will Labor's net zero agenda actually cost Australian taxpayers? If we can't convince Australians that lower prices for literally everything from food to housing isn't a good thing for our economy and our national prosperity, then we have failed the Australian people, in my view. Because, as I say, it isn't the Australian way to give your credit card bill to your kids to pay, and yet that is exactly what this Prime Minister is doing. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories and Emergency Management.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the member for Eden Monaro, I'd like to take the opportunity to reflect on the life of James Henry Snow, known to us all as Jim, a dedicated public servant, a community advocate and, of course, the former federal Labor member for Eden Monaro. Jim passed away on the 18th of September 2025 at Wollongong Hospital, 3 days before his 91st birthday. Born on the 15th of September 1934 in the Melbourne suburb of Surrey, Jim graduated from the Victorian College of Pharmacy. His professional life was as diverse as it was committed, working not only as a pharmacist, but as a goat farmer and a community worker with the Queanbeyan City Council. Jim's political journey began in November 1957 when he joined the Footscray North branch of the Australian Labor Party in Victoria, on the same night as future Minister Ralph Willis. Over the years, Jim was an active member of ALP branches across Victoria, the ACT, New South Wales and most recently the Wollongong branch. He was a life member of the Australian Labor Party, a testament to his enduring commitment to Labor values and to community service. Jim first contested the seat of Eden Monaro in 1980. He was successfully elected in 1983. He went on to serve the region with distinction through 4 subsequent elections in 1984, 1987, 1990 and 1993. He was the 763rd member of the House of Representatives, the 8th representative for Eden Monaro, and he served for 12 years, 11 months and 27 days from 5th of March 1983 to the 2nd of March 1996. Throughout his parliamentary career, Jim was known as kind, gentle and a principled man, deeply respected across the political spectrum. His unwavering focus on community needs and his ability to bring people together made him a beloved figure across Eden Monaro and beyond. Jim's contribution extended far beyond his time in Parliament, though. He was a passionate advocate for multicultural and Indigenous causes, serving as convener of Queanbeyan People for Peace, the Vice President of the Australian Drug Law Reform Foundation and a member of Home in Queanbeyan, which provides accommodation and care for people living with mental illness. In 1992, he moved a private member's motion that the Parliament deal with drug-related crime, health and social problems by initiating the availability of heroin, cocaine and amphetamines on prescription by addiction-trained physicians and dispensers. I don't believe it made it to a vote, but his advocacy for drug law reform was commendable. Jim continued his advocacy long after leaving this place. He was a foundation member of the Drug Law Reform Foundation, and together with his wife Leslie, he worked closely with Aboriginal organisations, becoming a patron of Woononga Namatjara Aboriginal Medical Service. He was also co-convener of Beyond Foundation, a group seeking constitutional reform, including the removal of the state tier of government, a particular passion of his and one I highly recommend. Jim also supported his fellow parliamentarians, editing 4 editions of the After Parliament Guide, a resource printed by the Parliament to assist members transitioning out of political life. He was a proud father to Ben, Catherine, Amanda and Natasha, and his legacy will live on in the communities he served and the family that he cherished. Jim Snow's legacy is one of compassion, service and integrity. He never stopped helping others, including me, by phone banking when I was named as Eden Monero's Labor candidate in our by-election in 2020. His impact will be felt for generations to come, and I extend my sincere condolences to Jim's family. Vale Jim Snow. Can I also quickly give the House an update on what was a fantastic October long weekend across Eden Monero. We had the Wanderer Festival, and a huge congratulations to Simon and Naomi Daly for putting on a 2-day festival in Pambula Beach. Wanderer attracted Missy Higgins, The Living End, Saint Motel. It was fantastic, 8,000 tickets sold with the help of the Australian and New South Wales government. It was a music festival in a regional community, and I want to give a big shout out to everyone involved, all of the volunteers. It was magnificent. That comes on the back of the Eden Whale Festival. The whale migration is happening. Get down to the south coast of New South Wales, including the Lilac City Festival in Goulburn, which was an aim to get people to stay in town and not head to the coast and shop in Goulburn. Well done to communities right across Eden Monero.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, can I associate myself with the words of the member for Eden Monero on Jim Snow? He was my local member for many years. I have to say I never voted for him. However, myself and my family always had great respect for him as a good man who worked extremely hard as a local member, was very thoughtful, and it is sad to see him pass. But can I say his contribution is lasting? He was a great man. Deputy Speaker, I rise also, of course, to pay tribute to the victims of the October 7 terror attacks, and I was interrupted in my last attempt at this by a division. But on the second anniversary of this heinous crime, our thoughts and prayers go to the families who lost loved ones as a result of October 7. We are so sorry for their loss and understand how difficult this time is for them. They are not alone in their grief and sadness, and we sympathise with their pain. This was the worst atrocity against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. It resulted in more than 1,200 innocent people being murdered and tortured, victims including women and babies, hundreds of young people, women and girls sexually assaulted, 254 hostages, of course, and 48 yet to be returned to their families. And we very much welcome the peace deal announced today. I'll say more about that in a moment. The coalition's always believed that Israel has a right to defend itself. Hamas is a listed terrorist organisation. It knew what it was doing that day and knew what would follow. The terrorist group thrives on the misery of the Gazan people and wants the destruction of Israel, Deputy Speaker. And this government's decision in recognising Palestinian statehood was a mistake. It rewarded terrorists. Hamas even praised the decision. And you know, when a terrorist organisation praises your policy, you have a problem. Speaker, sadly, since October 7, we've seen an unprecedented rise in anti-Semitism across Australia and the globe. Recently, a stabbing attack in a synagogue in England's north, abhorrent, absolutely abhorrent graffiti in Melbourne, glorifying the murder of innocent people, reports of a firearm being threatened at a place of worship. Society cannot justify hate speech as free speech and legitimise anti-Semitism as anti-Zionism. There must be zero tolerance for this kind of behaviour. And this issue of anti-Semitism demands a strong and unified response with unequivocal leadership. Regarding the protest organised at the Sydney Opera House on Sunday, the Opera House belongs to all Australians, not activists and protesters. And on a day when the Australian Jewish community will be coming together to mark the second anniversary of these barbaric attacks, the fact these activists will continue to sow division and tear at social cohesion is disgusting but not surprising. Now, Speaker, no one wants to see innocent civilians killed. We want the people of Gaza to have safe access to food and to aid, but can I say that today's announcement that a peace deal has been reached following negotiations led by the United States and backed by the majority of Arab states is a moment of historical and enormous significance. This is our best chance for the peace in the Middle East I think everyone unites in wanting to see. It does provide the very best prospect we've seen in years to bring lasting peace and to advance towards a genuine two-state solution. Recognition of Palestine is something we ultimately do want to see through a two-state solution, but first of all, we need to get the prerequisites in place. And this agreement, I think, puts us in a position where we have a real prospect of that occurring. It is incredibly important that countries across the globe, including, of course, the Arab states, who will have to play an enormously important role in this, commit to ensuring that this is a successful and lasting peace that is good for Israel and the Jewish people, the Israelis, and is good for those living in Gaza. This is incredibly important to all of us. In finishing, I stand with the thousands of Australians who have attended vigils to mark the second anniversary of October 7. The relationship between Australia and Israel has stood the test of time. We hope this continues well into the future and that this peace deal in the Middle East will underpin a future for the Middle East far better than we have seen in the recent past.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to talk about the Albanese Labor government's commitment to health. Of course, during the election campaigns, one of our signature policies was a record investment in Medicare so that we would triple the GP bulk billing incentive, making healthcare more accessible and affordable, and 9 out of 10 GP visits to be bulk billed by 2030. Now, we know that this policy will work because we have tripled the bulk billing incentive for minors and for seniors, and we've seen a significant uptick in bulk billing rates for that cohort. Now, last week, I was fortunate to have the Minister for Health, Mark Butler, visit my electorate of Menzies, and we visited the St Andrew's Clinic, a fully bulk billing clinic that opened 6 months ago and that provide some fantastic services to the community in Doncaster East. Now, they're a very dedicated GP clinic that, yes, it's great that they'll be rewarded by the greater financial incentive to bulk bill, but they also have a strong commitment to delivering accessible and affordable healthcare. And so, particularly for all of the GPs across the electorate of Menzies, we greatly appreciate their dedication to ensuring that primary healthcare remains accessible to the majority of people. As well, this month is National Mental Health Month, and the Albanese Labor government has made an election commitment of a further $1 billion to go towards mental health services. We know that mental health is an essential part of health, as important as physical health, and we want to ensure that it remains similarly accessible and affordable. Now, like a lot of people, I have family and friends who've been affected by mental health issues, and I know that we have a long way to go before the mental health system is providing enough support to address what is, in a lot of ways, a growing issue. We know that diagnosed mental health conditions are rising amongst young people, and looking at inquiries like the Royal Commission into Mental Health that occurred in Victoria, we know particularly that there is a missing middle, that access to counselling services takes too long to be able to access a counsellor or a psychologist, and that there aren't enough acute care beds. Now, significant progress has been made in Victoria by the Victorian Labor government because of their commitment to mental health and their commitment to taking on the recommendations of that Royal Commission. But nonetheless, there is still more work to do, and the Albanese Labor government is committed to that work with our significant investment. This includes in services like Headspace, our national youth health, our national youth mental health service. Of course, today is Headspace Day, and we acknowledge the really important work that Headspace do in addressing the growing rates of youth mental health issues. The Albanese Labor government has recognised that important role with further investments. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Herbert.
ISIS members returning to Australia. Now, why is this Labor government risking the safety of Australians with this reckless move? This is a social media quote from an Australian citizen who's been branded a ISIS bride. Kill the kuffar, the non-believer. In alleyways, stab them, poison your teachers, go to haram restaurants, poison the food in large quantities. Our husbands die in the front lines, but that doesn't stop women in the West from setting their husbands to kill the kuffar. Attack the UK, Australia and US. These are not innocent bystanders. These are terrorists. They are not ISIS brides, they are ISIS members. This is putting Australians at risk by allowing them to travel home. And the government putting their hand up and saying, we knew nothing about it. Well, how did they get the papers? How did they travel to Australia? How did they get their passport? All these things weren't even answered in Senate estimates. Have they been charged? If not, why not? Tim Ayres, who's a minister in the Labor government, fumbled his way through an interview this morning and said, our security agencies, it's their job to keep people safe. Wrong. The first priority of any government is to keep its citizens safe. And this Albanese Labor government is putting people at risk and in danger by allowing ISIS members to travel to Australia, to live freely and have no accountability. The Australian people want answers, and they deserve answers, because no one should feel unsafe. And by having people travel here that we've been fighting against in wars for decades, just because their husbands have been killed on the battlefield doesn't mean they're innocent bystanders. Many of them have been involved in the fighting, in the war, and they shouldn't be here. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until Monday, 10:30 a.m, the 27th of October 2025.